The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Everything is up for grabs at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. With only 2 rounds left, contending players fought tooth and nail for crucial points. Anna Muzychuk's been biding her time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, winning her first game to get into striking distance of the leader. American phenom Alice Lee has been holding her own in a prestigious field, grabbing her second win of the event to give herself an opportunity for a top 3 finish. It's all coming down to the final round. Will Zhongyi have a runaway victory, or will someone be able to force a dramatic playoff? Day 9 of scintillating chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 9 of the Cairns Cup. We're having an incredible event full of interesting games. Let's go back to the studio and find out who's gonna grab the title.
There's a chance that today we will crown a winner. We're about to find out as round 9 starts right now. Hello and welcome, and this is it, the final round. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's going to be such a privilege and so much fun to be following the action alongside Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and International Master Paikidze.
Thank you, Jovi. Indeed, I must say it's been a great pleasure calling all the action with you both. I've had a great time. We hope you have too. I hope you've enjoyed the show. This is it, the championship round. And I have to say, one lady has stood out at the top from the start to finish, and Tan, can she win it all? But there's a fierce group of chasers. Jovi, tell our audience about the standings.
Yes. After yesterday's draw, Zhongyi has extended her lead to 5.5 points. She is 1 point away from a 5-way tie for second place between Alexandra, Kosteniuk, Harika, Dronavalli, Dzagnidze and the Muzychuk sisters. So if Zhongyi manages to secure a draw or a win, that's it. She is going to be a Cairns Cup champion. But if she loses, then pandemonium might ensue.
And for this 4th Cairns Cup, tell us about the format.
Yes, it has been a 10-player round robin, which has meant that the players have been playing each other once. And then the time control is at 120 minutes or 2 hours plus 30-second time bonus per move. No second time control, no draw offers whatsoever, which makes this even more exciting, and an incredible $200,000 prize fund.
There's not much left in the tournament to go, but tell us about the remaining schedule.
Yes, well, this is the final classical round, but if there is a tie after today's play, then tomorrow there will be playoffs if needed.
Lovely, thank you, Jovi. Nasi, this has been Tan's tournament from start to finish. What can you add to her illustrious play thus far?
Absolutely, Yasser. Tan is in her best form, playing fantastic chess every day, keeping her fans very happy, and she only has 1 round left. So let's take a look at what can happen today. It's simple math. If she draws or wins, she's 2024 Cairns Cup champion. And she's playing with the white pieces. Chances are good. Let's take a look at her line score and how she got here. She had a first win against Alice Lee, very nice game, then 2 draws, win, 2 draws, following a pattern. She has +3 score, but she's full point ahead of 5 players. She's definitely looking to finish on a high note, and let's take a look at the key matchup. Today, she's playing Alexandra Kosteniuk, and they're very evenly matched. 3 wins for each player and 2 draws. We'll see if that will change today.
Quite a rivalry between these two former world champions, and it's my delight to be able to introduce the fourth member of our broadcasting team, Begim. Hello, Begim, and tell us about your thoughts for this, the final round.
Hi guys, I'm thrilled to be here for the last round of our tournament. Honestly, it has been Tang Zhongyi's show. Tang Zhongyi was leading the tournament since day one and she never let it go. And maybe it will end like that, maybe not. Tang Zhongyi was dominating women's field this tournament so far, and she won the candidates tournament earlier this year, and she's the challenger for World Women's Crown, which will be played in China end of this year or next year, and she will be playing against the world champion Ju Wen-jun, and she is showing with her performance here at the Cairns Cup that she is absolutely ready for the match. However, we have another players in the tournament as well. We have actually tied for second place, five-way tie for the second place, and we have two sisters, Mariya and Muzychuk, among them. I'm excited to see how the sisters will finish their tournament. Maybe they will be the opponents, for the second place, which is very interesting. So I'm excited to see how the day plays out.
Thank you, Begim.
I can't wait to see who will be crowned the Cairns Cup champion. So let's take a look at the pairings for today. And you're going to see it's going to be tightly contested. Mariya Muzychuk, she has white against one of her rivals on 4.5 points, Nana Dzagnidze. Anna Zatonskih plays fellow American Irina Krush, and Anna Muzychuk again is fighting for that big money. She's also on 4.5 points. She plays Alice Lee. Tang Zhongyi will, be, of course, as we saw, be playing white against Alexandra Kosteniuk. A draw will be enough to mean that she is going to be crowned Cairns Cup champion. And there we have Elisabeth Paehtz with the white pieces against Harika Dronavalli, who also is virtually in a must-win situation if she wants to win big.
Exactly. Well, it's been theoretical up to this point about who's getting those prizes, but let's drill down and see what they're fighting for.
Yes. And there can only be one winner, and that person will be netting $50,000. Second place can be shared $40,000. Third place, $30,000. And there are substantial prizes all the way down to 10th place.
With that five-way tie for second, people start really jockeying for those prizes as the World Chess Hall of Fame, our hosts for this Cairns Cup, the players are getting ready as their two main rivals have arrived early and they're getting ready.
And there we can see Tan with the white pieces against Alexandra Kosteniuk. So whereas Tan has had a few bumps on the ride, it's been more or less smooth sailing. The same cannot be said of Alexandra. She's been on the roller coaster ride of her life in this tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've seen, and especially in her last 3 games, she scored 2 out of 3. She could have easily lost all 3. It's just been one of those tournaments that you kind of scratch your head at the end of the event. You go, I did everything well, I was prepared, I trained physically, mentally, I was ready to play, and I couldn't play a single calm game. Can she do it today and make a lot of people in the trailing pack happy?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, one thing that I'm thinking is that Alexandra cannot be satisfied with a draw.
Why?
Because if she agrees a draw with Tan will of course net that 50,000. Whereas there are 4 other contenders in second place, and if 3 of them get decisive results, then suddenly, they leapfrog her, and Alexandra will find herself in 5th place. And there's a marked difference between second place, which is a share of 40,000 at least, and 5th place.
That's the jockeying that I was talking about. There you see Elisabeth Paehtz, Harika. Harika's had a great event and nearly came close to defeating Tan yesterday. That was... she had a very nice attacking position, did Harika, and just didn't make the most of it. Elisabeth, well, she's had a poor event, and yesterday I think she just let a win slip out of her fingers. That was terrible that she didn't win that event.
Yeah, she'll be feeling disappointed that she didn't win that game, but she seems to be in good spirits after all. Mariya Muzychuk did tell us the secret to recovering from a particularly bad loss or bad result.
Ice cream.
Yes, exactly. Go to the ice cream parlor and treat yourself to the good stuff.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, I'm with her on that. For me, sorry to say, a little bias on this one. I would have loved to see the American contenders do better than they have. Anna Zatonskih never found a form. Very big congratulations to Alice. Her first outing in the very big leagues, she showed to the world that she belongs, and she's acquitted herself well. Whereas poor Irina, Krush, there we see Anna Zatonskih, our defending champion. She'll be giving up her title after this round. Yeah. For Irina Krush, this must just be one of those forgettable events. 7 draws, 1 loss, but think about the positions Irina had. She could easily be up there at +2, +3.
Yep,
She
I
had
agree.
very good positions.
But on the other hand, she started the tournament with a big smile on her face because
She did.
she was the 2024 recipient of the Cairns Chess Queens Award.
And our congratulations once again, and a big thanks to Jeannie, Dr. Jeannie Singfield for that.
And it's showtime, guys.
Here we go.
And
D2,
we see
D4.
Tan opening with the Queen's Pawn. A solid,
Solid choice.
potentially solid approach there. And Alexandra following suit.
Begim, in her opening comment, said, well, can Tan hold her nerves and win this event by scoring a result? I was so tempted to say, to quote Christian Chirilla, only time will tell. D4, D5. And what do we see often? These days, the London system has become quite popular. Okay, there we have it. The standard Queen's Gambit declined, and very quickly, an invitation to the Slav. If you're playing for a draw as white, C4 takes D5, trade off all the pieces, and the middle game positions are so even. So this is a kind of, from Alexandra's perspective, I'm giving you an opportunity to declare your intentions.
Yes. The thing is, though, like you mentioned, you can simply trade the pawns.
Yeah.
And, you know, white is the one with that small pull in those
Right.
positions.
The Queen's Gambit.
And that's actually just the exchange variation.
Yeah, the Slav.
Yeah,
Exchange Slav, pardon me.
Right, the bishop can come out to
F4, Knight
F4.
C6, E3, and my goodness, we have seen tens of thousands of games going like this. And as you say, symmetrical position, white has the half tempo, so usually white is considered ever so slightly better, but the position's pretty seriously balanced. Elisabeth and Harika at the start of the game, they seem to have a very engaged conversation. Let's see what has happened here. Elisabeth setting up what when I was a kid, I thought this formation, and I called it the fortress. I didn't know it as the fianchetto or the ready or goodness knows, whatever you wanted to call it. I just like this idea of setting up a fortress for your king. Now, D2, D4 is an indication to me that Elisabeth is ready for a Catalan of sorts, that she wants to see bishop E7 and then go C2, C4, and avoid whatever lines with bishop B4 check might have been prepared.
Some people can actually stop that pawn coming from C4. So they can go B5.
Right.
That's also like a line.
Yes.
And I once had the Peruvian grandmaster, Julio Grande Zuniga, not quite in this position. He went bishop A6. He put pawn on B6 and then a quick bishop A6, so I never managed to get my C2, C4, and instead I did some dancing with the knight.
I have done that myself against Jay Whitehead. Put my bishop on A6 just to annoy him and stop him from playing C4. Checking back in with our game of 10 to second. Let me because yes, she did it. She did play C takes D5, the exchange Slav, protecting the lead. It's really that simple. Not going into any of the very, very complex variations of the Slav, semi-Slav. C takes d5, C takes d5. Again, bishop f4, and we've seen this in World Championship matches, including Viswanathan Anand and Vladimir Kramnik. Bishop f4. Now, to your point, which was, as we were starting the show, it's a little bit Alexandra's a draw today could be very impactful on her prize monies.
Yes, certainly will be impactful. So I'm surprised that she would allow this exchange.
Right.
Because Tan just needs a draw in order to secure the title.
Right.
And you don't need to employ this move order. You can begin with
Mix it up at the very start.
Moving the e-pawn fast.
For example, if we go e7, e6, knight f3, c6, then in these cases, you keep the tension longer, and it's not considered advantageous to play c takes d5 in this move order. So, but again, from Alexandra's point of view, yesterday was really a blow. I mean, I think her confidence was really shaken. She did not play a good game whatsoever against Anna. In fact, she played badly and lost. And so here she's thinking, you know what?
If my opponent wants a draw, I'll let her have the draw.
Tan has played a really, really great tournament, not been in trouble.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this game. It's looking very quiet right now.
So far,
so let's move on to... We're kind of in the middle of Elisabeth because there's been some progress.
We did see this Catalan, actually. c4, queen c2, and c5. Now, wait a minute, hold on. So we're getting a strange Tarish, right?
Isn't this like
I take
Catalan with a very quick queen c2, which you're not meant to be doing because of c5. I have it in my rule book that when white does a very quick queen c2, you challenge it with c5.
Okay.
Well, we can ask our Catalan expert, Nazi.
Yes.
As you were saying that, Jovi, that white shouldn't do queen c2, I was remembering how many times I've done this. And you're right, black should play c5, but it's still very much playable, and it avoids a lot of other lines. With that, if white doesn't play queen c2, and let's say we castle, then you have to be okay with d takes c4 and all those lines. So yeah, this is still the theory, and c5 is the main move after queen c2. So yeah, I'm sure both players are very familiar with this, and they'll make 10 more theoretical moves at least.
And how does it continue from this point on, Nazi?
So there is this interesting move d4, but the main move is queen a5 check, knight c3, and d takes c4, castles, knight c6. It reminds me of queens can be declined, except that bishop's not on g5, but there is a line that looks very, very similar to this. And we might actually transpose to it. But there, I remember in the Queen's Gambit, white keeps the option to castle long. But here we have already castled, so options are more limited. But yeah, it's this type of position where black has two pairs of bishops, but one of them is not so great. And of course, objectively, it's equal, but white still plays for that tiny little advantage.
All right, very good. We'll keep an eye on this. Again, Harika is in the position where she's a point away from Tan. She needs Alexandra to win, and she herself needs to win. This position, as was just shown to us by Nazi, seems really balanced. So for Harika, maybe this choice by Elisabeth is a little bit, I was hoping for maybe a game with greater fight. Anna Muzychuk, again, one of those players just chasing. She's up against Alice Lee. She has the white pieces. Alice is playing her Petrov defense. And Alice has used the Petrov really to good effect, both in the America's Cup as well as the Cairns Cup. Here we go. This is all well-known stuff. The haven't even reached their tabia position yet. This is such a standard line of play for white and black. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's continue our, and we're going to go to a wonderful rivalry here in U.S. chess circles. Well, there was a time there that, well, there were two players that were trading the title of U.S. women's champion with one another, and that was Anna Zatonskih and Irina Krush. I'm sure they were hoping that this, the last round clash, was going to be for all the marbles, and not just simply for respectability. Irina, when she's really looking for a fight, and that's maybe what Alexandra should have been doing, does employ a King's Indian on occasion. G7, G6, when you see Irina wanting to play her A-line, main-line defenses, then she's going to go into a Nimzo Indian or a...
That's really funny you mentioned that yesterday, because on the first day before this tournament began, we were playing ultimate moves.
Yes.
And Irina was my teammate.
Yes.
And I was going first, so I was going to make the opening choice, and she told me, we need a win, play G6, go for the King's Indian.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
And?
We lost. Didn't pay off, but the opening choice was correct, because we had to play for a win.
Historians will admire your courage. Knight to D2. B2, B3. This is a very...
That's very passive.
And kind of shutting down the King's Indian.
If you want to have fun, you should be going B4, please.
Well, you know, if you want to have fun, let's go with the...
Yeah, but if you want to go Knight D2...
Oh.
So Knight D2 it's actually becoming quite popular these days. So D5 is played in order to prevent E4. And here, if you really want to just bring some joy to your position with white, then you've got to be going B4 with the idea of just going A4, C4, E3, and you just get this general expansion on the queen side.
Capture the flank with all your powers.
Yeah, exactly. Go in and it's very important to do it like as early as possible, because the bishop may want to be going to A3. Oh, yes, so you understand these positions.
I have been playing flank attacks my whole life because of the English.
Yeah.
The English opening that I was employing. I remember very well the father of Jennifer Shahade, Mike Shahade, quoting Grandmaster Anatoly Lenin. I don't understand it. He plays B4, B5, and they call him genius. Flank attacks with B5 were my bread and butter. Loved it. But you were soured by the choice of B3.
Yes, because I've actually had a really bad experience with B3. I mean, as white, yeah. I mean, what black's play is just simply very natural. You just go bishop B7. You can even copy with B6, castles, and somehow or other, it favors black to do a very controlled C5. And it doesn't quite favor white to play C4. And it's to do with the fact that black has a fianchettoed bishop.
A little bit safer king, yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting. Wow, I never really thought of it that way.
Yeah, I was crushed by a Norwegian Grandmaster, Berge Ostenstad, in the Norwegian Elite Series, and then my GM friend said to me, B4, please.
B4.
It's a bit more ambitious.
One particular player for me that stands out with these systems is white, Grandmaster Artur Yusupov. Many, many times candidate. He would fianchetto his bishop. He'd put his bishop on D3. He'd castle. And somehow, some way, don't ask me how, Artur was a tank. And he would get these crushing kingside attacks, often with a knight E5 and an H4 as well. And boy, did he just decimate some of the top players in the world in this setup. We'll keep an eye on this great rivalry between Anna and Irina, and we'll go to Mariya and
Nana Dzagnidze said, well, this one's going to be a furious battle because they're both on 4.5 points.
Both need a win.
Exactly. And if they win, they, at the very least, secure themselves a tie for second place.
Exactly. Knight A3 and just...
Again, their standings are going to be super critical. You see Zhongyi, she's on 5.5 points, 1 point ahead of, well, a pack that is quite full. 5 players there on 4.5 points. Whoever wins will secure themselves, at the very least, a share of second place.
Now, Mariya and Nana are facing off in this final round, so somebody's going to knock themselves out of contention with 10. Knight A3. Now, this goes back, this line of play for oh boy, I want to even say the 80s. Bishop c4, but really the idea is to say you were unjustified in bringing out your queen early. I'm going to play knight b5. I'm going to eyeball the square c7 and make life uncomfortable for you. Hence the move a7, a6, just stopping knight b5, inviting bishop c4, queen e4 check. Your queen gets bounced around, but it's not that bad. Knight to c4. Well, now that you've weakened the b6 square, let me pay you a visit. I would like to play knight b6. No, you can't. Knight to d7, bishop to e2, b5, get out of the way, get out of the way. No, knight to a5. Okay, now I am not sure. This is taking me off my stride, Nasi. Knight a5. I'm sure it's still theory, but what do today's modern chess engines say about this position?
Yeah, it is still a theory, and it's been played a couple of times, less than 20, but knight a5 is such a strange looking move. White is slightly better still, so we had a couple of more moves after that. So knight comes back quickly.
Bishop to d6. Yeah. Was that standard to put the bishop on d6?
No, bishop d6. I mean, there's only 13 games here, so
okay.
Hard to call it a standard, but queen d6 was the most popular move.
Just to sidestep c4.
Yes, that's the idea.
Yeah.
After which white plays a4 instead.
Gotcha.
But let's take a look at the current position. So we definitely don't want to allow knight d6, so bishop c7 looks interesting. And then white can just castle. Would you take on d4 or leave it for now?
I'd probably castle.
Castles, all right. And then I can take on c5. This is like looking like Queen's Gambit accepted now.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit, yeah. Especially if the queens come off. And if you don't trade queens, b3, bishop can fianchetto. Of course, close to equal, but I think white's slightly for choice.
And if the queens come off?
If the queens come off, queen d1, rook takes, knight c5.
And is it the same? You just go b3?
So you can play bishop e3 or bishop d2 here, and white has more of an advantage here without the queens on the board.
Without the queens.
Just because we have 2 versus 1, and this pawn can be the target. White pieces are better developed. Of course, black's white squared bishop is not too happy.
For the time being.
Yeah.
Interesting. Not familiar with this one, neither this position. Are you saying, would this be a novel position? Where would the novelty be in the variation?
So in this current position, there are 4 games.
Yes.
Castle or bishop c7. So if bishop c7 castles, bishop b7 is the game that has been played before.
Gotcha. Bishop b7, very sensible looking
Something
move.
like this. Yeah.
All right, we'll keep an eye, again, on this all-important game. And I'm going to go back to what will be our marquee matchup, even though I have to say we're just seeing a lot of hacking and trades going on between Tan and Alexandra at the moment. All the bishops have just been removed.
I feel
yes.
that is a small inaccuracy for black to trade on
D3?
d6. Yeah. No, on d3 is fine.
Okay.
That's not the problem. I feel that this move, bishop d6,
is
not.
Accuracy?
Yes, the reason why is because you kind of want your dark square bishop, maybe on e7, in order to keep an eye on the c5 square. That's going to be the vulnerability.
So bishop e7, castles, and what you're saying is the knight a4,
knight a4,
knight
c5, it's always going to be
You've got
annoying.
it covered.
Exactly. With the bishop on e7, you kind of have it covered. And you've got like ideas of imbalancing the position at the right time, going bishop takes knight. And if white ever captures with a pawn, then you get the center.
Yeah.
That's a way to kind of imbalance the whole idea. But they have no draw offers allowed.
That is true.
Yes. But the interesting thing here for me is that Tan can just play without a risk. You know, she can just put her knight on, a3 is nice to prevent the knight getting to e4.
I just interrupt our conversation for just a moment because even though I despise his, quote, teachings, I loved his sayings. Nimzovich had some wonderful quips, and one of them was whenever you brought a rook to the open file, he would say, other rook. You should have brought your other rook to the C file. So here it's very simple. The C file is open, hence the rooks belong on the open C file. Please bear witness that Tan has played the rook on A1 to C1,
yeah.
recognizing that she's already developed her H1 rook, and it doesn't need to be brought in the king. Whereas,
Yeah.
rook F to C8, and Alexandra saying, excuse me, but this was the right rook. You should have, if you'd brought the other rook.
Yeah, but it is. She's completely right.
Is she?
Yes, because
Why?
the action is happening on the queen side.
So you think this rook on A8, pardon me,
Yeah.
has better perspectives
Then the rook, what is the rook on F1 doing?
I have
I
no
mean, it's
idea.
going to go rook. I mean, she's clearly with the move A3. She's preparing rook C2, rook C1.
Yes, she is.
Challenge on the C line, exchange everything off, play a symmetrical pawn structure, and
Make a draw.
make the draw, be crowned winner.
Exactly.
The end.
The accolades and celebrations can begin.
Well, actually, I think that Tan's chances of winning are going to be very
Huge.
significant. Let's have a look at the statistics in play, and wow,
90%.
90.64%.
You
I
know,
think it's gone up to 98%, after this opening.
Right. I've taken some issues. I challenged a little bit, Ben's, percentages. But that 90 looks really rock solid at the moment. And
Yeah.
like you just said, based on today's opening, maybe even closer to 95, 98%. And there she is. Tan having just a great tournament. She's played excellent throughout. All she has to do is keep it up. A2, A3, I like this move very much. Rook C1 to C2, rook double up the rooks. Trade,
Maybe
trade,
it's
trade.
time to go knight to A5.
Knight to A5.
Because, both sides are playing for the same plan, right? Putting a knight into B4. And yeah, that's something that you've highlighted, that a knight can sit on B3. Yeah, knight to D2, covers all the squares.
Those are the two key squares. You mentioned it yourself. You can maybe, if you like, you can induce this imbalance, force you to take with the pawn. Not that you force, you would probably take with the rook, I mean. But in these cases, after, for example, Queen C2, you mentioned it yourself. White ends up with the center. Yes, you can have a little bit of fun expanding on the queen side, but I will go E4 and expand in the center. White should be better. By the way, we do have knight A5 on the board. And you saw me advocate there for knight to D2. If I were told, Yaz, you got to win this position as white, you should play for the win, then I would probably play knight E5 as opposed to knight to D2.
I would do the same thing. But in fact, we have a move. She's just simply gone for rook C2.
Exactly. Rook to
Which
C2
is
on the board, knight A5.
Okay.
Rook C2.
No, but now how to step up with the rook. You cannot do anything without going A6.
Feels like you need to include that move. I mean, okay, she played knight A5 with a purpose. Let's see, can she do rook C6 in this case?
Let's try.
Okay.
Okay, now the question is how to dislodge the knight. So if you go...
Shall we?
Yep, knight B5.
Tickle the queen.
Queen moves.
Doesn't matter. B2, B3. And there you go. I've dislodged the knight. Yay.
Go, yeah.
And watch out. I've got knight E5 on my agenda. So we've played very poorly for Alexandra, who's trying to bring the game to life. We brought death and destruction. Current position, sorry to say, our marquee matchup looking very, very dull. Please.
Right, I agree. But you can go A6.
At the start, A7,
A6.
A6.
Rook C1.
Now I go rook C1. Do you
And then
have
knight B3 is the idea. Although there might be some knight B5s just to annoy me.
I don't think there is, because the problem is...
And knight takes rook.
Yes.
I saw that.
Yes. And I don't go brilliantly. Rook takes c8.
What's wrong with knight d6 there and take on c8?
Just a second. What have I done? Did I? No. Wait. Did I do something wrong? Just a second.
No, you
Rook
could just continue.
c1.
There's a6 for black.
a6 for black. Knight to
Rook
b3.
c1.
No, rook c1.
Yes. And knight to b3, knight to e4. I go knight takes c1, attacking your queen.
Knight d6.
Knight takes
rook.
d6, knight takes d3.
No. Still looking okay. We're losing a pawn maybe. Knight c8.
Knight
Knight
takes
b2.
Yeah. Then knight b6.
The knight
Oh,
it doesn't have
right,
too
right,
many
right.
squares.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well,
I'd end up having to play a move like knight d7, and it's 4 knights. That's a funny ending.
yeah, but your knight is trapped on d3.
That is weird. That is. I mean, how have we managed
Oh,
to
in
take the
fact.
most boring position known to mankind and cause a disaster? That's what we're paid for, right?
Exactly.
I mean, the commentaries,
Give us those
bad
positions and we'll
positions.
make it messy.
I was joking. I worked with Larry Christensen on the Internet Chess Club, and we were terrible as a team, as a commentator. We would take the most boring positions. I mean, there's nothing. It's a complete desert. And we'd be sacrificing rooks. It was open warfare. It was terrible. We were sacrificing their pieces, to be sure, but it was great fun.
I feel that that's one of the privileges you have as a commentator.
Exactly. We exploit it to the max.
Indulge in sacrifices that
Big time.
the players perhaps never even dream about.
That's it.
So
That's it. And we lord over them. This game, again, it looks so very balanced. We're trying our best to mix things up, but we do think that Tan, with this draw, will clinch first. Going back to the game of Elisabeth and Harika for a moment, because they did go down that whole pathway you prescribed. Queen a5 check, takes. But Elisabeth didn't go for the bishop g5 variation that Nasi was saying is the main line. Instead, she went for knight e4, knight takes e4, queen takes e4. I'm still scratching my head. I understand the Catalan, but I also understand pawns. I want to win this pawn back as quickly as possible. Knight c6, bishop e3, queen b5. There we go. Okay. Tickling this pawn on b2. Nasi, jump in on this one for me, please. I'm supposing it's still theory, knight d2 or a4, or what goes on in this wilderness?
Well, it's not really theory anymore because there's only one game in the database.
Only one.
Yes, so knight d4 was a rare move.
Okay.
But it looks like if Lisa goes knight to d4 right now, forcing this trade,
Looks forced, yeah.
then computer still says that white has a small edge, tiny bit.
Really? Okay.
Yes, so let's say rook d8, bishop c3. I like how you said, I understand pawns. Yes, I would be very anxious in trying to
win that
quickly
one.
get that pawn back.
Right.
I think it's the queen on b5 is so awkwardly placed. I'm so used to seeing a6 and b5, but
Okay.
here black can't really set up that way. So that's why white's not worried about it. Like, we'll get that later.
I find the move bishop c3 a little bit strange. We're talking about wanting to win the pawn back right away. Why aren't we playing rook to c1 then?
I think idea is that black wants to play queen d5.
Okay.
And we don't want to trade queens, and bishop would be hanging on d4, so we have to. So if you play rook c1,
Rook fc1.
fc1,
Yeah.
Queen
Queen
d5.
d5.
yeah, queen d5,
e2, e3, just throwing out a move.
okay.
Protecting my bishop, by the way, very importantly.
Oh, I can't go b5 because then you would look
Ah.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
but I'll tell you what we do.
What do we do?
Bishop c6, international master privileges.
Wow. Wow.
Just joking.
You've been playing the kids too. I tried bishop c6. They call me on it. Darn it.
What if we play bishop f6?
Well, I would take on c4.
Take. Yes, and you finally get the pawn back, but isn't this too equal? After e5?
Hey, I was going for rook c7. Equal, sure, but I was really just
Yeah.
trying to get the material balance back as much as anything
A lot of
else.
times in Catalan, when you do get the pawn back, that just means it's equal now.
Exactly.
So a lot of times you keep the extra pawn for black and you try to use your compensation.
Gotcha. All right, we'll keep an eye on this one, and it just does feel like Elisabeth, much like Tan, hacking the pieces off the board as we go underway. And then we have Anna and Alice Lee.
Yeah, let's head over there because of all the players on 4.5 points, Anna is the only one with white pieces.
Okay, and she is coming off a resounding victory in round 8 over two-time former world champion, I think it should say world champion, Alexandra yesterday.
Kosteniuk, yes.
She just absolutely smashed her rival off the board. Today, again, I have seen Petrov defense players playing these endings and doing very, very well, holding them rather easily. I'm thinking most especially of Nepo as being one of the most proponents of the Petrov, where he holds these endings. We'll see if Alice has any such problems. Anna, by the way, is that clock time right? Because
Yeah,
I'm
Anna
looking-
has more time than when she started.
Right, and what move number are we on?
We are on move number 15.
So
So Black's
she's
just
just-
played Queen H5.
She's just been snapping them up.
Exactly, but Queen H5 has given her pause for thought. I was just going to look at whether Queen H5 is indeed the most popular move. Yes, it is. So Queen H5, and now White has the choice. Take the bishop or step back.
Let's take the bishop and claim that now that these pawns on the queen side are isolated and separated from one another, that they should be a little bit weaker than a moment ago. We'll step out with the rook. Again, I think that the imbalances in the position are not great enough. Please.
That actually isn't the main move.
That is not the main move.
The main move is to swing the queen over right
To
to the edge of the
A3.
board, yeah.
and immediately target this pawn on d6. Also very sensible, maybe on a very good day. Hold on, I'm
It's
warming to the
interesting.
task.
It's interesting because
D5.
Black does the same.
Queen a5?
Queen A5, yeah.
Oh my. And what am I missing? My spidey sense is tingling here, Jovi.
Yep.
There's rook on e1. Can I snare the pawn?
Yes, you can.
And then you take on a2?
Yes. Well, first you kick away the queen for some reason.
How do I do that?
Rook d8. So
Oh,
queen takes, sorry, rook takes rook.
rook takes,
Yeah,
and
this,
then
yeah, and then rook
clear
d8.
the queen, get out of dodge, the queen drops back, doesn't matter.
Yeah, well,
And
this
then you
is the
take on
funny
A2?
thing, actually. You go rook e2.
What?
Yeah, yeah. Look what
Pause.
we do. But this is just the games that have been played before. And then, of course, here you can... you've got a threat. You can't move... you can't just move your queen to a2 or anything because there's going to be checkmate in the back rank.
Gotcha.
So this is one way to kind
Wow.
of hold on to
To,
some advantage.
the
But
straggler.
yeah, we were kind of looking at what happens after queen takes.
Sorry.
Yeah, so queen a3.
Queen A3. Queen A5.
Only 5 games in my database. Queen a5, queen takes d6,
Rook takes.
rook takes,
Rook takes.
and I don't see what's quite wrong with going queen takes a2, although d5
Fine.
is very scary.
Yeah, when you consider it's 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2, but these two are far more advanced than those two. White is pushing or dictating the action in this game. That in this case, that's why they probably do play this rook to d8, rook to
But
e2.
we have a new
position.
move from Anna.
From
And she did not go bishop takes bishop. Instead, she
Bishop
plays
to
what is,
D2.
according to my database,
A
a
new move.
novelty, bishop to d2.
wow, bishop to d2. The only thing that makes me think, why do I want to do this? Why would I consider doing this? Is because I want to play c5, drive the bishop a little bit passively, and then return when you can't play bishop d6. If I return to g3, you could trade the bishops.
Yeah.
So bishop d2, planning
I love your
The-
c5 move.
planning c5.
Yeah, because I'm also looking at, going D5, rook E5, attack the queen.
Go, go,
push
go.
the pawns forward, Yasser.
But I feel bishop d2 is like one-dimensional. I mean, I get it. You do want to play c5. You do want to expand. Maybe with c5, you even having a good day. Queen b5, tickling b7. So I'll stop you. Just stop you cold with the move b7, b6. Now, what's next to bishop d2? Where do we go after this?
Well, can you be insistent and go rook c1 and say, I would like to?
Rook to c1. I do keep in mind I've got that covered twice. So let's say rook takes.
Yeah, then I kind of say, well, thank you very much for the E-line. It may or may not be something.
That you'll, in a sense, I've got the business squares covered.
Yeah.
It's gonna, with a single rook, you're not invading.
But here, you
Please.
haven't quite equalized. Like
Okay.
even this, you've got moves like queen to e4.
Okay, queen to e4. And
I'm threatening the knight. I'm threatening to go queen to e8. Oh, no, queen to e8. But but I can use that idea to go bishop to f4.
Oh, sorry. You've also got bishop takes a5 in this case.
Yeah.
Didn't like that, what I just did. I was hoping that I would have my knight on a5 permanently tickling the pawn on c4.
Yeah.
Waiting a moment here. Let me wait a moment. Away I go. I'm going to put my knight on a anchored square. On c6, it's not anchored, so I'm going to find a better home. We'll keep an eye on this one, bishop d2, and well, actually, Nasi, jump in and tell us the engine evaluation of Anna's novelty and the approach that she's taken with this move.
Well, looks like position's close to equal. I mean, it's Petrov, so
It's hard to get a big edge, right?
Exactly. After bishop d2, black needs to make a pawn move, either b6 or h6. Those two are the best moves.
Okay.
Trying to understand h6. I mean, b6 is clear. It's maybe against c5 in some lines, but h6 might just be a waiting prophylaxis move.
Okay, then I'm assuming
White plays
Anna...
h3.
Wouldn't Anna go c5 in this case?
Okay, let's take a look. c5, bishop b7.
Bishop back to f4, and I'm so proud of myself.
But we do have a d4 pawn problem. The bishop f6.
I took us.
I take it, the pawn.
Okay. Time for tactics. Knight d4.
Whoa. You've got a shot. Queen takes c5. Go ahead, show us.
Yes, if knight d4, queen c5, attacking both pieces.
Uh-oh. Who?
No, black's better here. But you do,
I'm still, there's
do
no...
have this move,
I was going to go
bishop
knight
d6.
e6.
Yeah.
the
Sorry.
rook on a1 is hanging. Yeah. I thought white had bishop d6, but
Yes.
a1 rook hangs.
Yes, exactly.
So this is not ideal. So I guess that's why black doesn't have to rush with b6.
And h6 is just
H6
making
is playable.
love.
But it's most likely we'll see b6 just to be
Right.
safe. And then, how does white improve?
Jovic has tried rook on a to c1 against
That was
me.
just a waiting move.
And I fell for her nefarious
Well, let's say we trade queens.
activities. Queen g6. That looks like a decent move. Just
Yeah.
asking white where would she like to put her queen.
You can keep the queens on the board, maybe
Yes,
go
please.
queen b3, but black can still trade some pieces. Rook takes, then play a5. And black really doesn't have any weaknesses.
No.
But on
That's
the other
always the
hand,
problem.
black is really tightly compact. It doesn't really feel like black is actually doing anything other than just holding the balance.
That's oftentimes what happens, though. That's what black plays for, is just keeping
just
the position.
keeping it.
Not
those
active.
positions are so difficult to play.
Yeah.
And I was just recently reading about Magnus's approach in this type of position. So it's okay, the position is equal and your opponent has like 10 ways to draw. Well, you keep on playing accurate moves. 10 moves later, they have 3 moves to draw. Mm-hmm. And then you can kind of continue applying the pressure, and then it becomes one way to draw, which is a very nice philosophy if you can do it.
Vasily Smyslov said something same. He said, okay, today I have the black pieces. If my opponent plays 40 accurate moves, he'll make a draw.
Yeah.
That was Smyslov's philosophy. My opponent has to play accurately to make a draw.
But you know that my very first trainer, which was actually quite late in my adult life, he would say to me, you don't have to win every single game. You don't, you know.
You don't?
Yeah, I know. That was like revelationary to me. Because he goes to me, look, you don't have to have that pressure to win. You just have to keep on playing and wait for the mistake to come, because it will always happen. And if it doesn't, then well done. They've achieved a draw against you.
There you go.
But that was like such a big thing in my life, because I always felt like I should be winning out of the opening. I should be winning in the middle game. You know, I should be the one just going for it at all times.
I can absolutely relate to that, Joey. I remember working with my coach, and we went a whole year working on me learning how to make draws. Every single game was decisive. And at those, I was already in IM. I was 2350, and I had no draws. I was winning or losing every game.
Right.
So he was like, you have to learn how to make a draw. You know what? It backfired. Now I make mostly draws.
The training was too good.
Yeah, he did a good job.
Too intense. Sorry, who was your coach?
Vladimir Belov.
And who said
It was the Serbian Grandmaster Miloš Pavlovic.
You don't need to win every game? Gee, I mean, Miloš wouldn't have been good in American chess circles, where you needed to win every game in a Swiss tournament. Queen d8, Alexandra, boy, still nothing really has passed the equator along the 4th and 5th ranks. I'm expecting knight d2 and rook to a c1, and again, just seeing a draw as an inevitable outcome. Elisabeth versus Harika, this move knight to d5 as...
Can we go back to the game between Anna Muzychuk and Alice Lee?
Let's do it.
Because I was trying rook c1. Does my eyes deceive me? King F1, I mean, is this some transmission error?
No, according to my transmission. So can we do the Bobby Fischer?
Actually, that was Engine's first move.
King F1? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, then this is preparation from Anna.
Can we do Bobby Fischer's famous I capture pawn technique? Bishop takes h2? You know, you trap my bishop.
Yes.
I have a brilliant answer for trapping my bishop.
Okay, well, the evaluation bar is having great pleasure in this particular moment.
G3, queen h3, mate. So I captured a pawn, Nasi.
It is tempting to take on h2 because there is no immediately g3.
Right.
That's such a weird move as well, to face over the board, because you know your opponent has prepared it. No one would ever play in this type of position. King F1.
I mean...
Well, not no one if you're playing.
Yeah, you better think twice about King F1. Why not bishop takes h2?
Well, it's not easy to refute it, so you have to trade rooks and play either rook to e1. Looks like we're just trading pieces.
Okay, I'll fall for it. I'll take your piece.
Rook e1, bishop takes e1.
I'm
smashing and grab.
Run away.
One way or another, I got to go back with my bishop.
I think I said the problem. Queen e4, and there is
check.
3 threats: queen c6, queen a8, or queen e8, and it's that bad, huh? So, because we do have bishop f8, and I was thinking maybe.
Okay, so the problem is if I go knight a5, you go queen e8 check. I go bishop f8. And you follow up with knight e5 or bishop b4?
Bishop b4, c5, and we just take. I mean, it's not that obvious that this is completely winning for white. It's +4 though, so Engine knows.
+4 sounds huge.
So I was thinking maybe we can just...
Nope.
Oh,
I'll take it.
No, that's really not simple. So I could consider bishop h2 and go for it.
Yeah, but when your opponent plays king f1... Fast.
Bishop, yeah.
And also, like, seriously... Even after 1 hour's thought, no one is ever going to come up with king f1.
But you know, sometimes it's like, is my opponent just bluffing and she just wants the pawn? So I would be thinking about it.
For sure. One more look. Bishop h2.
By the way, she should just play queen g6 or a5 and it's equal.
Bishop h2, rook takes. Now we start to understand that the knight...
So what if we don't take, right? What if we just...
But then Queen E4.
Look at the evaluation bar.
Just
It's
went-
still, the last rank is still a problem. So maybe Rook
Wow.
F8.
But if you go rook takes rook,
and then not go
Okay.
bishop d6.
well, it's very fascinating. But let's dive back immediately to the championship game because
Because?
the knight has appeared on b3, the rook has moved, and has there been some repetition? There has been some repetition.
Has there?
No. No, I'm giving fake news.
Fake news.
Knight does go back to a5 though.
Disinformation.
Rook c1. Decision time for Alexandra. Yes, she repeats with the knight to b3.
Again, I feel that for Alexandra, yesterday's defeat was just too big a blow. She wasn't ready for a big fight, and to try to fight for first. Tan is looking at her score sheet. She is saying, I will play the move rook c1, and I will claim a draw, and there's no argument.
There we have our Cairns Cup, a champion, Tan Zhongyi. She dominated
2024.
from start to finish. She has been a league above everyone else, I would
feels like
say.
it, yes.
I mean, just look at her, $50,000 to the richer. But the way that she played those games, sharp positions, smooth positions, her victories came with ease. A well-deserved champion.
Not only that, but her pattern of play: win, 2 draws, win. 2 draws.
Yeah.
And our congratulations to Tan, the challenger to the Women's World Championship. And we discovered why here in St. Louis, as again, you said it very well, dominating from very start to finish. She had the lead early and she never relinquished it.
She literally won her first game.
And just
And then, just
Kept it up.
carried on moving forward. I mean,
Wow.
even those moments when she was in trouble, I was so impressed with
Yeah.
how she handled herself.
Exactly.
She rarely looked, completely. I mean, she just
And
kept
played
on
with confidence.
finding those resources to keep the game alive. And, yesterday she was in trouble against Harika, against Irina Krush. She really was dicing on that
Mm-hmm.
edge. And she just looked like she was in complete control, and she kept on finding those accurate moves and her victories.
yeah, excellent.
So smooth.
Just looking at that still photo for a moment there, she did seem throughout to have this poker face. It was very hard for me to read when she was. Sometimes when she won, she let out a very cautious smile. But for the most part,
There's
she
a
was very
small tell
stoic.
she has,
What's that?
which is when she's surprised. It's a very, very minor tell, but there's a gulp. There's a
A
little
gulp?
gulp, yeah. Like, hadn't seen that move. But here, I mean, look at her in action. And this was the game that I was
With
referring
Irina.
to with Irina Krush, a very dynamic Sicilian, very unbalanced. And she really went for it out of the opening. She found herself in trouble, but recovered to save the draw. And Tan Zhongyi, champion of the Cairns Cup 2024, 6 points out of 9.
Our congratulations again. Just going around the horn, we were just looking at Anna Muzychuk and Alice Lee. Bishop takes h2, as desirous as it seems. The back rank just seems a little bit too vulnerable for black. Queen g6 makes a lot of sense to me. Repositioning the knight to d8, h7, h6, a lot of easy moves for black here. I don't think Alice will feel like something went wrong in the opening. On the contrary, I think she'll be happy with the outcome of the opening. Let's go to the game between Anna and Irina. Anna Zatonskih has played this rather quiet system with e3, but this is something that you don't see very often by black. You're playing a King's Indian. No, you're not. You're fiend shadowing. Well, no, you're not. You're putting your bishop on f5. What is going on? This does not have a name, Nasi, but I don't even know what it is. What do you call? It's a monstrosity.
It's called the Grunfeld Slav, isn't it?
No, it's not. No.
Well, she just created a very good name for it, though.
No, I
I
mean,
think monstrosity works
okay,
a lot better.
If the pawn were still on e7, this is literally a Grunfeld-Slav.
Grunfeld-Slav, but also Nimzo, because knight f6, e6. I really
Right.
don't know
This
what
is
to
put
call
your
it.
pawns on light squares.
It's actually funny. Sorry, chess.com says it's Indian game, knight's variation, East Indian defense. I don't think it has a name. It's just
The East Indian, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, C6, E6, G6 does not have
Do you know,
a
I
name.
suspect that the guys naming these things...
Just having some fun.
Exactly, having some fun.
Some eccentric in the basement going, you know, one day I'm going to really screw with the commentators' heads. And I'm going to just throw in modern. Whenever irregular. Also, they throw in the irregular.
But you know, the Lopez became the
What is
Morphy
that?
defense. Like, what is that? I've
But
never
no,
heard.
A6 was Morphy.
Right.
1850s.
Yeah,
Paul
but-
Morphy introduced A6.
But do you call the Lopez?
I call it
The
the
Morphy,
Rui. No.
yeah.
No, because
Exactly.
because then you're naming everything, Chigorin, Rui, Lopez,
Yeah.
Breyer, what have you. But this current situation, current position, I want to say, it looks very peculiar to have the bishop on f5, where essentially it's trapped.
Yes, but on the other hand, if you want to have this kind of pawn structure that all your pawns are on the white squares, you don't want your bishop stuck on c8. So this is my Caro-Kann philosophy. Get your bishop out, trade it, and then pawns will take care of the white squares.
Yeah.
So you're not afraid of g2, g4
I am.
trapping the bishop.
No, but
Let's say I play
no.
knight e5. Let's start
Knight
with
where?
knight e5. Right
Knight
now,
e5,
let's have
okay.
some fun. I want to go g4 in ruin.
Okay, so
Yeah,
go
completely.
h5. Try again.
Well, no, not on. I induced you to play h5.
Okay, let's try without h5.
Okay.
It's G.
Okay,
Okay,
oh,
now it's a threat.
So if you go h3,
Let's say bishop d6.
Okay, I'm falling for it. g4.
G4, bishop e4.
Castle.
Oh, no, f3.
No, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I do have to play h5. Can't wait much longer. Or g5, actually,
yeah,
possible
g5,
too.
get the bishop out of dodge.
Yeah.
Like it. But can I
Please.
also show, instead of knight to e5, if you
Okay.
try to trap the bishop with h3,
Okay.
a common way to exchange this bishop in these type of structures is to go bishop e4.
Bishop e4 and say,
Yeah,
yeah,
and
you
then-
can have my bishop.
Exactly.
But you don't even wait for g4, you just go bishop e4.
Yeah, because the whole point is that knight can't get away from the trade because the
Because
pawn
of
on
the pawn.
g2
Is
is
that-
Yeah,
hanging.
because knight h4, of
that
course, is
makes
not a
some
good
sense.
move.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is a kind of common idea that you often see in the A6 Slavs. When they've closed down the position with c5 and you're really trying to get that light square bishop off the board.
So Slav defense, common's idea. For the commoner.
Commander says black is completely fine.
And by the way, after the move knight d7, where is the dark squared bishop? So I go castles.
Castles, bishop goes to d6.
That was my question. It doesn't go to g7.
Yeah, it prefers
goes to
d6.
d6.
It's interesting because this almost looks like a Caro-Kann exchange variation. Do you know those lines where you put your bishop on f5, you go
Sure.
e6, and then you go bishop d6?
Exactly.
So you can
So-
like allow bishop f5
Yeah,
and
and
you
the-
would transpose into some type of character.
But
Well,
in those
for black.
Caro-Kann positions where you would have your bishop on d6, your bishop on f5, you'd never be reaching for your g pawn to put it to g6.
But in the modern day exchange, you do.
Yeah.
And
Crazy.
we're going to go straight to Begim, who is with our champion, Zhongyi.
Welcome to the studio, Zoe. Congratulations on your big win. It has been an amazing tournament for you. You start leading from round 1 and until the end. How are you feeling?
你感觉怎么样？从一开始到最后都领先。
就是整个比赛的过程，虽然看起来是很顺利的，因为我一直领先，但是其实中间有好几盘棋我都非常的危险，但是我觉得我就是还是非常顽强，尤其是昨天对哈雷卡的那盘棋，就是当我合下来之后，我觉得我这个真正的感觉到就是离夺冠很近了。
So even though it looked smooth for me throughout the tournament since I was leading from the first round, the actual process was much more dangerous for me than it looked. For several games, I was having to fight for the draw, especially yesterday, the game where I fought for a draw, and that was really challenging. But after that, I felt like, yes, I was going to win this tournament after yesterday's draw.
So until that moment, she wasn't sure if she's gonna even like win the tournament.
在这之前，你感觉不确定？
没有很确定，我知道我肯定是概率大的，但是就是我相信，只是在昨天我合下来那盘棋之后，我才确定我基本上是要夺冠。
Yeah, I wasn't so certain before yesterday's draw. I know that I had a much higher chance of winning the tournament because I was leading throughout the way. But after the draw yesterday, I was very certain that I will very likely win the tournament.
Yeah. And how does it feel for you to win it? What does it mean?
你赢的感觉怎么样？这对你有什么意义？
就是我觉得自己整个状态还是不错的。其实我有一点小心思，因为本来今天这盘棋之前我是排在第4的，然后我们整个中国队都保持了一个前4，就世界前4。但是好像合完这盘棋之后，我得掉到第5。其实如果他不是因为他这个开局走了斯拉夫的话，就超出了我的准备范围，我其实是想跟他下一下的。
Okay, so for this tournament, for today's game in particular, it actually means something for me because before this game, I was number 4 in the world, which means the top 4 were all Chinese players. By drawing this game, I actually dropped a little bit to the 5th place. So if not because of the opening that she chose, I was actually considering fighting for a win.
Try to solidify her
exactly
place. Wow. Well, I saw you became number 4, but I didn't know that this game was so crucial to keep the number 4 rating for you. Are you planning on playing any other tournaments, any other games to gain it back?
你希望将来在下场去把你的分数找回到前4吗？
肯定是的，我希望我能够就是下得更好。我也希望能够像就是有一些前辈，包括他们像君，他们都曾经达到过2600，我也会向那个方向去努力。但是那需要更多的比赛。这是一个长久的工作。
Absolutely, I would like to play more. I would like to gain rating points, but also improve. For some of the players ahead of me, they've once reached 2600, and that's what I would like to do. But I know it's going to take a long time and a lot of work, but that's going to be the direction that I want to go for.
That's great to hear, and I'm very happy for you. Congratulations on your win.
恭喜你。
谢谢。
Thank you.
And our congratulations as well, as Tan really is the deserving champion. And I think you said it very well, that she seems to be playing a level above the rest.
Yes, and she is our 2024 Cairns Cup champion, walking away with $50,000 and the huge smile on her face as she spoke to Begim just said it all to me. And her ambition as well. I liked how she said drawing with Alexandra actually knocked her down a rating spot to number 5 in the world.
That's pretty funny. Our thanks to Vanessa Lee there for coming in and translating, a real soccer mom. Put him to work, I say. Turning our attention to Anna Zatonskih and Irina Krush. Again, these two ladies at one time were dominant in women's chess in the United States, simply trading titles between themselves. You can have this one, I'll have the next year's one. And I'm sure both of those players looked at the pairing list from day one and said, aha, we're going to be playing each other in the last round. Let's hope we're playing for first against one another. It wasn't to be, as they just have a position with the move knight to e5. I was mentioning I find myself very much drawn to this move as white because I do see this bishop. I'm thinking to myself, what on earth is my opponent doing? Giving me an opportunity to try to trap the bishop with the move g2, g4. Both, if I may say it, y'all played h7, h5 to stop me from my evil intentions. And I said, yes, I've induced you to play h5. And then you thought about it and said, well, that's a good point. I have induced you to play h5, and aren't I proud of myself? Where exactly do you think your king is going to go in this case after, say, Anna simply castles Jovi? Doesn't it feel a little uncomfortable having a pawn on h5?
It could be, right? You can see a world where if black castles kingside, you might see this bishop on f5 get hounded.
For example, let's just play a move like bishop to d6, right? Okay, fair move. Play a move, I don't know, like c4. I'll chip away in the center. And then when you do make that commitment, yes,
then
then,
h3.
you know, just like
Exactly.
you say, to hound the bishop, and maybe for Irina, a tournament that never got started.
No. But, okay, critical decision here
Right.
for both of the players on the board. And as we know, it's very important to finish the tournament on a high.
It certainly
But it's
is.
that time again, yes.
Oh, well, let's check in with our friends at Q Boutique and get ready for this, the 2024 Cairns Cup with this iconic souvenir. This 100% polyester hip bag makes a stylish addition for any chess player on the go, available for you at qboutiquesdl.com for all your chess shopping needs. Just do check us out. Boy, I'm
Yeah.
struggling today.
And
Go
as
for
we
it.
go to break, our tournament has pretty much become the Tan Zhongyi show. Before the game started, Begim sat down with our leader. Well, she's now our champion. We'll be right back.
Hi, Miss Tan. It's great to see you here. Welcome to St. Louis.
我在这边
Thank you so much. I really enjoy coming to St. Louis. I've walked around and realized that it is the world capital of chess.
What are your thoughts on Nona Gabrindashvili being here in St. Louis for the Cairns Cup?
对，就是我
I'm excited. She's one of the legends that I read in history books on chess. So it's an honor for me to be here in the same place as her.
How do you feel after winning the candidates? How does it change or affect your preparation for the tournaments until the World Championship match comes?
其实我刚开始
When I first started the candidate tournament, I didn't have high expectations. But later, during the tournament, pressure started to mount. It was pretty difficult for me. I'm glad that I won in the end. But for me now, what I want to do in the next few months is to adjust myself because the candidate tournament was damaging to an extent. So I want to bring myself back up into a better state. And also, now that I'm in my 30s, I don't have the same kinds of either energy or expectations about the World Women's Championship. I really do treasure my relationship with my families and my friends. I want to spend time with them. I want to live a good life and take care of myself and not be so completely devoted to just the one event, the Women's Championship itself.
We all know that Chinese females were dominating the women's chess lately. So, what is the secret to Chinese success in women's chess?
这有好几个
There are several reasons. The first one that I can think of is the fact that women players in China have guaranteed salary. So the sports system in China supports the chess players. So all the women players would receive a certain amount of salary that allows them to take chess as a career. If you only rely on the tournament prize money, that's not much. So that's one important factor. The second factor is for people like us in our generation, we actually grew up during the time of the one-child policy in China. So even though we were girls, we were the only child in the family. So we received a lot of the benefits that some of the other women may not have received in other countries where the gender disparity was much greater. Now, despite of these factors, I didn't anticipate that the Chinese women would be so dominating, and I'm not sure how long this would last, but I'm glad that we are in that position right now.
Well, how are you feeling competing against your countrywomen like Zhu Wenjun, and also how do you see it happening? Did you guys have any camps? Did you guys work together before? And how do you feel about competing against her for the World Championship title?
我们小的
So when we grew up, Zhu Wenjun and I went to the same camp, the official camp of the Chinese chess team. But as we became older, we had different paths. So we didn't see each other that much. Now, my history of my competition results against the Chinese female chess players have not been very good. So sometimes I felt like I would much prefer that I played against foreign players because the Chinese women are super strong. But I'm hoping that this year around, it's going to be my lucky year. I will have the breakthrough that I may be the one winning this competition.
One important question I wanted to ask you, as a chess player who has been on top for a long while, you have seen many different coaches, many different people who influenced your career. So I would like to know, what was the best advice you got as a young female chess player?
可能我觉得很多
So since I don't come out to play that often, people actually don't know me that well. But the reality is, before the age of about 21, I actually received very little professional training from individuals. So most of my training was done on the computers. My really very formal professional training came after I already was competing for the World Championship. So in my competition against Anna Muzychuk, my opening preparation was completely deciphered. So I had to use the French opening, which is something that I didn't use again in the future. So after I won, I still didn't feel like I deserved the title. I had the imposter syndrome for a long time. So I went back and did all kinds of training. I tried to compensate for the idea that maybe I didn't deserve to win. I should improve myself, whether it's opening or other aspects. So I'm glad that I'm now coming back to have another chance to compete for the Women's World Championship. To me, it feels like I've proven myself that I deserve to be here, whereas a few years ago it didn't feel like that to me. Now, with this experience, my advice for other chess players is to believe in yourself. Don't doubt yourself. You deserve to be where you are. It's not just other people deserve to be where they are. You too deserve to be there. We're all humans, we're all equal.
And the last question is about you, just who you are besides chess, what you do in your free time, and just to have fun.
那真的是太多
I have a lot of interests. I like science. I like reading novels. I enjoy history, both Chinese history and the world history. And I also like design, like clothes designing and so on. I also enjoy spending time with my friends. So some days I could spend the whole day with them, chatting and talking about various things. But I could also spend time all by myself for an entire day. There are many different ways of spending my time. I enjoy them all. I think this world is really wonderful. I'm glad to be alive during this time.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Tang, thank you for this lovely interview, and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello and welcome back. It's the final round of the Cairns Cup. We already have crowned a champion And we are joined by a very special guest in the studio. We're joined by Brian Owens, who is the Contemporary Music Director at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Love it.
Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Wow, you are doing so good at the music series. I mean, I think it's the most untold story in St. Louis.
I love it. Don't you love that, though?
Can you tell us a little bit about what the music series is?
Yeah, so, there's two parts of it. You have the classical series with Brian Woods, which is amazing. And then you have the contemporary series, which is basically everything that isn't classical. You know what I'm saying? So we do everything from jazz, rock, country, soul, R&B. And it's great,
vocals.
man.
I love your vocals.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
And when you did that Bobby Fischer song, oh my God, that was so good.
Well, that's one of the cool things about, I think, being here in this space is that, there's a high level of cultural equity that comes with being a part of the World Chess Hall of Fame and with the chess club, and I think that's what we want for the music series, right? We're just trying to live up to the reputation, that we have with the other side, and with Jeannie and Rex, people who know them know they have a great love of music,
right?
Yeah. And so I think for those two things to kind of be parallel paths is really great.
Can you tell us what it's like attending a music series concert?
It's intimate. Mm-hmm. There's only about 75, maybe 100 seats available in the space. You get to be right up close and personal with some of the greatest acts in the country. Right. It sounds amazing. And the vibe in the space, just the energy in the space when you have that close proximity to the artist, it's amazing.
And the audience is so appreciative too.
I know.
You just feel that too, right?
And I love it when they can be themselves. Like if you want to clap, you can clap. If you just want to listen, you can listen. But it lends itself to that, and the artists get to be themselves,
right?
Which takes the excellence to another level.
Talking about sounding amazing, we have a clip of you singing, so let's take a look.
Which one?
Which one? Here you see.
Falling down. Tell me, how can you stop that old sun from shining? What makes you go round? How can you make a broken
Beautiful.
You can feel your art. You're an expressive singer, Brian.
It's fun, man. Yeah. And again, getting to be the music director. I don't do every show.
No.
But in the moments that I do get to make art in that space with some of the best musicians in this country, right. It's special. And having Rex always on the front row.
I know, right?
Is really awesome.
And how do you prepare for such a performance? Like how to deal with nerves? So I'm just thinking of the parallels to chess. When it comes to that moment, you have to perform.
Once you get on the stage, there are no. What are nerves? You know what I'm saying? Once you get in the moment and you're doing your thing, it's all about the thing. And for us, it's all about the experience that we can facilitate for the audience, right? Mm-hmm. So we kind of take ourselves out and say it's about this mutual experience that we're sharing together.
Yeah. And when is your next concert?
We have one coming up actually this coming Wednesday with Dave Grelly in the Playadors. Great, band that's located here but does stuff all over the country. And then we got a little Summer of Soul thing going on with BB the Neo Soul in July. And then I'm doing Match of the Matriarchs, a celebration of Match of the Matriarchs. Doing Queens of Soul.
Wow.
So I will be singing Aretha Franklin.
Oh.
Brian with the Supremes.
And some other people. But it's gonna be great. Again, I feel really blessed to be able to be in a place of excellence to promote excellence
as well
in my creative discipline.
Right.
And I just look forward to people being able to come out and look. If you're anywhere in the world, you can watch. You just go to YouTube, World Chess Hall of Fame, You can watch every show that happens, and you can be a part of the audience.
Quick and final question for you. Lots and lots of chess players learn chess from their parents. In your case, I think you're a great vocalist, just simply great vocalist. Who was your influence?
Oh, my dad. He'll sing me under table.
No kidding. Serious.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Really?
And that's really where I've learned from a lot of folks, but he's kind of like my primary. Like a lot of the folks you talk about who are chess players, right?
Exactly.
You learn it within the family, so.
Brian, thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure.
My
pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you for
Congratulations to our winner.
Exactly.
Tanzania, yes.
Very nice. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And here are our standings. We've got one result already in the books,
Yes,
and we know
and
what it is.
It was a massive result because that draw allowed Tang Zhongyi to be crowned Cairns Cup champion 2024. And Alexandra Kosteniuk, with that draw, moves to Seoul second. We'll see if she stays there as the day
Or
progresses.
she could get leapfrogged by the players right behind her. Harika, Nana, Anna, Mariya, all would like a victory today, and they would take that second place. Big prizes up as well. And let's just jump back into the game. This one is between Anna and Alice. When we left it, we saw this move, King F1, which kind of gave us a brief flutter. As
I do think that King F1 should have been played with some kind of delivery, reaching for the H pawn, and you accidentally touch the king, upon which Alice would have gone, touch move, and then King F1 played.
Exactly. After King F1, we discovered, much to our chagrin, that bishop takes H2. That pawn was taboo and should not be captured. Alice understood that as well, offered the trade of queens instead, and currently a situation where I like the active space that I have from the pawns on c4 and d4, but really I know from my own experience that just the active and better placed pieces aren't enough. The black's position is really rather solid, no easy targets. So I'm going to say this is balanced, and I think Alice is going to be happy with the outcome of her opening.
Yep.
Where would you like to take this?
Can we go to the game between Elisabeth Paehtz and Harika Dronavalli?
Yes, because that is also one of our crucial games.
Harika is involved in that five-way tie for second place. And Harika's queen has been booted around the board and now finds itself on a6.
So when we left the game, we had just seen the move queen b5. One very, very decent proposal that Nasi had offered us was the move knight to d4. And we thought that white had a smidge of a better position. Elisabeth took a different approach. She said, give me the pawn right away. I would like to play rook, queen takes c4. You're welcome to dine on my b2 pawn. Queen takes b2, queen takes c4, and we're just going to say, okay, white has compensation, whether white has an advantage or not. e5. Now that move is either ambitious or simply wrong, because you're creating a weakness in the center of the board that you didn't have to do. I understood what motivated Harika to do it. She would like to develop her bishop, and should she do so, she'll be very happy. But after these further moves, a4, queen a6, who got their queen? I think it was Alexandra.
Kosteniuk, yeah, in her game against Mariya Muzychuk.
Trapped,
it was trapped on a3, and she had to really contort quite a bit to get the queen out. But here the queen on a6 isn't so bad, because a4 has come with some consequences.
Okay.
The square on b4 is now available. And as long as you handle the fact that this queen on e4, which is in the center of the board, is looking at the h7 pawn. So immediately I'm like thinking, well, maybe there could be some fun in that direction, especially because this queen on a6 doesn't have any influence on that area of the board. But if you can handle that, and there's no problem, I like this decision by Harika to go e5, because often light square bishop is not good on c8.
Well, we're going to have the all-seeing oracle break the tie between us. I would have been reluctant to play e5. Jovi, on the other hand, thinks e5 is just fine. What does the oracle say? Triple zeros, I know you.
Yes, sir, were you suggesting queen b2 instead?
Well, I'm saying, yeah, Queen B2 was the idea of trading, if I could. And
Well, both are correct.
both are correct,
Yes.
in fact.
And I'm glad I don't have to pick sides. Because according to the engine, Queen B2 and E5 are both top moves, and the position is equal for both.
We did
Draw
good,
maestro.
Yasser.
Draw maestro. Yes, sorry.
Definitely.
We're just congratulating ourselves.
So
It's a rare occasion where we both win.
after E5, A4 is also the top move. Queen A6, Queen C4, they're both making engine's first top moves. And
Accuracy
continues.
of the both
yes,
players
now
very high.
she can play Bishop E6 or Knight A5. I would be. Oh, I see. Because I was like, why are we allowing Rook C7? Because it's just temporary. You can play
Yeah,
Bishop
you
D6.
you get kicked.
But still, Bishop E6 looks more natural to me. Just
sure.
develop with the tempo, Rook C3 and Rook C8. Yeah, it's very equal. Trying to see how White can take advantage of maybe slightly better bishops, but
Right.
Black doesn't really have any weaknesses. Could White try A5, A6 maybe?
Bishop
Or
B4.
is Bishop B4?
The training's working. That's the reason we're going after the pawn like simultaneously.
Yeah, maybe H4, but it's just improving the king side. I'm not actually trying to attack the king side.
Right. Advocating
Yeah, I don't
for
see
much.
any ideas for White that could bring them any advantage. It's very equal.
Okay. And thank you, Nasi. We're just going to go around the horn. We'd seen Anna Zatonskih's game earlier, but I just wanted to check back in because some intriguing developments. After the move Knight E5, yay, I provoked H5, and I had anticipated on a castling and asking where Irina wants to put her king. She played bishop to D3. I found that surprising, to say the least, because I was thinking her play was designed, trying to
Trap this
exploit
bishop, yeah.
this bishop that might be trapped. Queen, and in turn, got surprised again by the move Queen E7. Now, the old classical player in me would say, why are you allowing me to double your pawns? I appreciate it's like a Dutch stonewall. I won't, say that I've done anything too terrific, but after bishop takes f5, how would you recapture? Towards the center, away from the center? Jovi?
I'm thinking. See, the Caracan player in me wants to go G takes f5.
And open up the G file
Yeah,
for...
open up the line for the rook.
Exactly.
And no one is going to be particularly happy with where they put the king.
Right, and so I don't know. I'll be my flexible best, Queen E2, suggesting to you I might be castling long, I might be castling short. I haven't
But even
made
then,
up my
even
mind.
then, like maybe A5 might come into the equation.
Okay.
Just for
now
fun.
Now you made up my mind. I'm probably going to go along
Yeah,
the
but
G
if you
file.
go the other way, it's not necessarily that clear either.
I'm
because
safe.
it's literally Black is going to go H4
Yes.
and then park the bishop on D6 or E7 again.
H4 and bishop to D6.
And then I don't think there's any problem actually castling. Maybe if you go bishop D6, king E7 and rook G8 and get going.
Okay, at least there's some imbalance and there's some play, unlike in our marquee matchup where we just saw a rather large trading and hacking of the pieces and everything kind of came off the board.
Talking about imbalances, you are speaking my language. Let's have a look at another
Mariya's.
critical game between two of the players on 4.5 points, Mariya Muzychuk and Dzagnidze. So remember, if one of these players wins, they will
Clear second.
leapfrog over Alexandra
Exactly.
to 5.5 points and win themselves at least a share of second place. Second place nets $40,000.
Definitely
And-
worth playing for.
Exactly, and that's going to be stressing some players out, right? Because that's a significant amount of money.
It truly
I mean,
is.
where have you won $40,000?
No, the prize funds weren't generous in my time. I must say that we're living in a golden era for the players. I really do think that the women need much more opportunities than they have, and certainly it's improved a great deal over 30, 40 years ago. But really, when I see the U.S. Championships today and I see $300,000 in prizes, I say, fantastic. The players really have a great opportunity.
Absolutely.
These are big prize monies. And when I was winning U.S. Championships, it was like $6,000, and we're just not making
Like when
a
I
lot.
think back to the most I've ever won, it's 4,000.
4,000. So
Pounds.
yeah,
4,000 pounds.
Pounds, sorry, British pounds, which might have been in those moments twice double the US dollar amounts.
That was saying thank you to the Isle of Man that were giving very generous prizes to the women.
Exactly.
And I thought that was incredible. $40,000.
Nice. And for both these players, Mariya and Nana, even though they're coming into the round and they're successfully fighting and they're fighting for a clear second, I think both of these players are going to look back on the Cairns Cup and say, boy, I left some points on the table. And I could have been fighting for the first only if I had done X, Y, and Z. Current position after knight takes c5. Your early take. I mean, obviously, the pawn structure is such that white has the queenside majority. Black pawn on e6 suggests that the d5 square could be an anchor. Do you find it easier to play white in these positions, or would you rather have black? I mean, I'm anticipating that bishop e3 is on white's agenda. She would like to threaten to capture this knight on c5, try to earn herself some tempi.
Yes, I like your bishop e3, especially because we were told by Nazi that the queen trades is going to be favorable for white. So let's encourage it. One of the things I have to say in this type of positions, it's open, you know, no center pawns.
The bishops have free reign.
Exactly, and these are the type of positions where you very much take it on a move-by-move basis.
Okay.
So bishop e3, great, develop with tempo. Now move the choice to black.
Now the question is whether or not I'm afraid of knight b. Maybe knight b6 is hard to say. Should I be afraid of this move, or is it, you know, would I be happier with a knight in the center of the board, playing quote aggressively, or should I just rein in my horns for just the briefest of moments, drop my knight back, cover b6, and look to complete my development, bishop coming over on the open line. Let me just play defensively for the time being.
Okay, so let's continue. So the queen, I don't know whether to go rook c1 or queen c2 or queen somewhere else.
One of the things, you've heard me say this, and it's the funniest thing. I hate being in pins. I hate being pins. That's obvious. An obvious pin is when your bishop is on g4, my queen is on d1. A very inobvious pin is that when you play the move rook c1 and I play bishop b7, your knight's in a pin.
Yeah.
Isn't that a kind of a funny way of thinking about it? That your knight is now pinned because of queen takes g2 mate. I might be inclined, if I was on white shoes,
to go knight d4.
Correct. To play knight to d4. And I'm thinking that if you do play bishop b7, then more or less, I wanted to play bishop f3 as a means of dealing with the pressure on the diagonal. Now, the drawback of bishop e3 is, well, I'm not that happy trading queens anymore. Queen takes, knight takes, you hit my bishop, and why did I allow that?
But knight to d4, let's follow through on that one, because
so
it
knight
comes
to d4,
with
yes.
some movement, some threats.
Exactly. And I like that move.
So
I
rook
feel
b8?
Right, precisely. Rook to b8. Now your rook c1 really is, I feel, encouraged, right? Because then, I've got hits against the bishop on c7 whenever my knight has to move. And let me
queen is in trouble, right?
Yeah, I can bounce you around. I don't want to get bounced
But hang on a second.
around.
How many squares does she have? If you go bishop f3,
yeah,
it literally doesn't have any squares. You're going to have to block the attack with a knight.
Right, and then I do what I hate to do, which is walk into a pin. Now, see, jump in on this one, because at first blush, it doesn't seem like black has any massive issues that she has to solve, but maybe we're wrong. Maybe bishop e3 does, but you've got a different move on the board. Queen d4.
This is the same game, isn't it? Oh,
yes.
Queen d4 has
so
been played.
knight d7. Sorry, we didn't realize we were debating between knight e4 and knight d7. Knight d7 was played.
I think if White played rook c1 here, maybe
rook c1.
Maybe she had some chances to put pressure on the black pieces here, because the top choice here for the engine is a very unnatural move. It's queen b7.
Wow. Why not bishop b7?
Let's take a look.
Which is the most natural move in my eyes.
Yes, then queen c2. I think black queen just cannot find a good square, maybe. And then these three pieces are somewhat...
kind of alluding to. So if I go rook c8...
F.
F.
I'm guessing. Rook c8,
I
rook
want to
d1.
learn queen e4. I want to learn to play like Alexandra. Bring my rook on f8 into play.
Queen b3. Position's already more than +1.
Wow. Because after bishop d5, I've got to... Oh no, my queen's getting trapped? Rook d4?
It might be rook d4, queen f5, knight h4, and it's trapped.
I've been here before.
You know, I have had this, like, my queen trapped exactly like this. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it was from a London system. I was black. And I was like, oh.
Heartbroken. Nice trap of the queen there. Okay, so queen b7 is... but I'm sorry. That was with rook c1.
Yes,
queen
but
d4
queen d4
was
has
actually
been
played.
Yes, and now black can play a5 or just simply take on d4. There's also just bishop b7, natural looking move, and it's all equal completely.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no more problems.
But if you go back and if Mariya had played rook c1, the best move was queen b7. And could you just follow up after that what the engine's top moves were?
Well, b4.
Really?
I don't know what this sacrifice is yet. Queen b4, knight d4. Okay, so it's against the queenside development, because if you don't have bishop b7 because of rook b1.
Makes
so
sense.
it delays black's development, and maybe I'm improving my pieces really fast. Again, with accurate play, black is okay, but it's just a bit scary here. There's also knight c6 coming.
Wow, and then the current position, turn your attention, Nasi, to the current position, and you're saying a5 or bishop b7
or
are both
even
just fine.
take on d4.
Or even just taking on d4.
And just to kind of highlight that this position actually is very rare, because it was all the way back in move 9 that Mariya played the unusual knight to a5. And that seems to have perhaps put off Nana. But we've seen Nana be incredibly resourceful in difficult positions.
She outplayed Irina from
she was lost
a
at
much
some
worse
point.
position.
And yesterday lost against Elisabeth.
And came back in both those games to win one and to draw one. So queen d4 on the board, I think that's a little bit of a relief, especially considering the way I've been playing it. I've been getting my queen trapped.
No, but it's not,
I think
it's
both
not
of you
easy.
took turns trapping my queen.
No, but I tell you, it's not easy, these type of positions for black with that queen on an unstable square.
Right.
And I personally find open positions very difficult to play, because there's just so much potential for the pieces.
Tactical awareness, you really have to be on your edge. On the edge, Anna versus Alice. Well, this is one of the things that, again, confounds E2, E4 players. You've got the Petrov defense, you're looking at this, and you've just played the advance D4, D5, and you think, yay, moving forward, charging ahead. This is all good, this is all good. But Bobby Fischer said it best, to get squares, you got to give them. White is carving out the potential use of C6 as well as B5, so good for you. On the other hand, when you play the move D4, D5, you're weakening the two squares C5 and E5, and Alice is saying, okay, you get some squares, but I get them too. I'll reroute the knight to either C5 or to the E5 square, and I'll
who benefits
keep
though?
Who benefits most?
Who benefits the knight?
Cable
a black
knight.
knight on C5 or a white knight on C6?
Right. If the pawn was on, so for example, shall we just have some fun? Let's imagine we just go here. And let's say I really do want to pause you for just a moment.
But then you're not getting knight a6.
I am going to get knight d7. I don't think you're going to be able to. I didn't want to see knight b5.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to make a poor move. Apologies. What I'm saying is that I want your knight to be on c6. Take a photo. It's very, very, very well placed, but so long as it's not hitting a7.
But wait 1 second.
Please.
I can force you to go.
No, don't do it.
I know.
Don't force me.
Okay, I'm going to try a4.
a4.
a4. You got to give squares to win them, right?
Right? Well said.
Now a5.
You got it. So, end of story. Let's just say I go rook here. You're welcome to trade on b6. What I was trying to do with the move a6 just a moment ago is I was trying to discourage knight b5 because in my mind, if you do take the bishop, I have to be careful. Bishop f4 or bishop b4.
That was my plan.
Yeah.
Bishop f4. You
Nice.
know, I'm learning from you, Yasser.
Go for
Every
it.
day, go for the pawn.
Right.
And bishop f4, and definitely I was thinking about knight to b5. I was most certainly putting my knight there because there's a big threat of knight takes bishop.
And for Anna, a point today is just huge for her because she was, again, in that trailing pack just behind Tan, not fighting for first place, but a win in this game against Alice Lee would give her clear second at this exact moment in the tournament, as well as her sister, Mariya. I never had that sibling rivalry. I definitely had rivalries. But I just wonder what it would have been like to have my brother Daniel. Oh, you can.
I can tell you.
Please.
I find that with siblings playing chess, it's either very much a love-hate relationship between two insanely competitive, or they're very supportive, like the Polgar sisters.
Right.
In my case, it was just insanely competitive. You know, it was. We
I
would
can
come
see
back
that.
from school and we were like straight there to the
Right.
blitz, and we just really slugged it out. At the beginning, it was a very much a one-sided affair. But then, my brother was older than me,
womping on
so
you?
like totally, and he would tease me so bad. He said, he'd say to me, you know, if you win one game, you've won.
Wow.
In just one game, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. And then, you know, it became more even, you know, first to 10 and then first to 20, first to 30. And it was, I mean, I got good at blitz because of him, and I think it got me up to, I would say, international master level. Just this continuous.
Is it like?
I mean, he bullied me at times on the board, but I mean, it was good learning.
Great. Reggie and Cheryl Miller, I mean, the two basketball superstars. What do you have for us, Nasi? Where's the action?
I have some updates in the
Please.
game between Elisabeth and Harika. So in this position, Lizzie could have played knight d1, and according to the engine, white's up half a pawn.
Knight
It's a very
reroutes
nice,
to d3 to c5.
pleasant advantage. Yeah,
Okay.
you can play this for a long time.
But most importantly, you're opening up the bishop on g2.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But here's what happened instead. A mistake from Lizzie. Bishop takes bishop c5. Now the tables have turned, and it's immediately up a pawn for black. Sorry, half a pawn, but still.
That's a logical looking move too.
It's apparently positionally very bad, because after this trade, Harika can play rook d8.
Okay.
And white can't get back the control of the d file at all. Because if you try to come back, rook c1, I was thinking bishop e3, but you can start with e4.
Uh-oh.
And the
knight
knight is
d4.
coming to d4.
Yeah, that's all happening very quickly.
Uh-oh.
So e4 actually might be a threat. And white needs to prepare. I mean,
now we're beginning to see why the move knight e1 a moment ago
was
much better timed. The bishop on e3 actually defended d2, defended d4.
So now it's too late, of course, to play knight e1.
Knight d4?
Knight d4.
I was going to say rook d2, but knight d4 is much better because double attack, threatening the fork and the pawn on e2. So white has to play e3 to avoid knight d4.
Okay.
And then black can just double rook d6, rook d8, and I'm not saying white's losing, of course, but it's white who has to be careful.
And that's very obvious,
the
too,
knight on
because rook d1
f3
check.
is not on a good
In the way.
circuit. It totally is in the way, and as soon as it moves, the rook will come to d2.
Yeah, and now No, I can't find a good square for the knight. Or
No.
can it reroute?
Exactly. And for Harika, this is a kind of a dream come true because, again, she's in that chasing pack of wolves, and a win today would catapult her into a clear second and $40,000 second prize. So for Harika, who, let's be fair, she's had a very nice, undefeated, unblemished tournament, and had she won a much superior position against Tan, we'd be talking
But
about a
it's
different
karma, because I can remember that she was struggling big time against Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah.
She saved that one from the jaws of defeat. She could have just been a piece down,
Yes.
and somehow a miracle befell, and she was able to scramble a save. Yesterday, she drew a winning position. I mean, you get
much better,
rewarded
yeah.
and you get punished for
The-
those kind of moments.
There's going to be
But
ups and downs.
it
but-
would be absolutely a dream for Harika if she manages to win and moves into sole second place.
So bishop c5, rook c5. We're looking at rook a8 to d8. I've been making a little fun of the players there. Which rook to the open file?
The other one.
Yeah, the other one. That's it. That's the correct answer. The other one. Rook on a8 to d8. I really like this one. Why? In my mind, it's this diagonal of the bishop. The idea is to kind of get the pieces off the diagonal. I mean, obviously, when we answer knight e1 with the move knight d4, we're really rather happy because, as Nasi was pointing out, it comes with a double attack. We're threatening to grab a pawn, we're threatening to fork, but also you understand that when I clear that diagonal, I'm safe. Rook f7. Now that's what I would call an overthink. She's making her own life a little bit complicated. Rook f7.
Yeah.
It's not a bad move. It really isn't, but I think it misses the plot for a moment. Takes, rook to d1, and this is where Nasi was saying you couldn't, oppose.
Exactly, you couldn't challenge for that
the
line.
d-file. And now you
with
get
rook
to
to
play
d8.
rook to d1, and I think whatever dangers there was for Lizzie just kind of passed.
Yes. Well, it's going to be an eventful game. And we've
Absolutely.
already had a dramatic start with Zhongyi being crowned champion. And we've been having so much fun in the studio. And we love it when you at home join in the fun. So it is that time where we're being asked a question.
And there's $50,000 for the best answer. This is great. This is from Megan.
And it says, do players prepare multiple lines, openings going into a game?
Absolutely.
How often does one's preparation not pan out the way they expected?
Wow, I'll take a shot at this one. Absolutely. Yes, Megan, we do prepare multiple openings just because today's players, by the way, have this ability, this ambidextrous ability to play e4, d4, c4. So if I'm playing, for example, a Hikaru Nakamura, I have to be expecting c4, d4, e4, f, not f4, but knight f3. So yeah, I do prepare multiple openings. And of course, I have my favorites against each and every one of them.
I would say the average person prepares a lot.
Average player.
Yeah. But I would say that maybe the top players don't prepare as much because they've done so much hard work
to get
to their strength, and
Right.
also they have so much knowledge behind them that they're able just to kind of chill and go, today I'm going to be playing this.
Right.
And let me enjoy life and let me relax.
Let's ask a top competitor of the U.S. Women's Championships. First of all, how much do you prepare when you're at the tournament and before a tournament?
I definitely try to do most of my prep before the events, months coming up to it, because at the tournament I prioritize rest more. So I only repeat the lines that I feel uncomfortable in or I'm afraid of, because so these players all play at least 2-3 openings, and then so many niche variations they can play. So we could easily prep for 12 hours straight.
Right.
But I think that will affect my play afterwards. So I try to figure out, okay, which opening scares me the most, or where I feel rusty or not know it well enough, and I prep that. And to answer the second question, how often it pans out, almost never.
That is true. That is so cruelly true. Yeah.
How about you guys?
Oh, for me, my worst. Now today we have the chess engines, and the chess engines are just giving us so many different ideas and answering so many of our questions. But in my day, there was really a great journey. You almost felt yourself to be a pioneer of coming up with great ideas, what we call novelties. And the novelties at the very highest level, boy, did they bring results. So if you prepared a great novelty, it was like, you're just so excited. I have watched so many of my very best novelties being played by others. It's just so cruelly unfair. I mean, I've gotten in some good novelties. I truly have. But Garry Kasparov, for one, he started playing a number of systems that I played, and he just infused them with great ideas. And if I caught one or two along the way, he was almost inevitably the first to play them.
Do you know, that happened to one of my friends.
What happened?
So she was working with a grandmaster, and they came up with all these novelties.
Wow.
She didn't get them once.
No.
But he did, and he won everything with them.
Oh, that's
And she
brilliant.
was like, next time you pay me.
Yeah,
for
right.
the coaching.
And we're going to be doing the training together. I also remember very, very well working with Viktor Korchnoi. Now, it happened very, very early in our work together. He said, look, Yasser, it goes like this. If we come up with a great idea, we're going to save it for the match. End of story. We're not going to play it in. But once the cycle is over, once the World Championship match is finished, it's a free for all. If you get an opportunity to play it, don't hold back. So it was one of those things where we did find so many great ideas, and I literally found myself years later getting a chance to play an idea that Viktor had come up with, and I just felt like that was one in the bag I've been saving for a long, long time. But it's very hard to get your preparation on the board. It really is. Like these people, they have a sixth sense. They avoid it.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, thank you, Megan, for the question. And do remember that the very best question asked to us will be receiving a prize. And we'll be announcing the winner at the end of the show. So you can tweet us using the hashtag Cairns Cup. You can just simply respond to the Facebook, social media, Instagram, wherever you choose. But we will definitely try to answer those questions on the show. And Dr. Jeannie Singfield, Read and Write Chess. Now, that is just an incredible thing that Jeannie Singfield has done. As soon as she became interested in chess, it was like a different language to her. She didn't understand anything.
Out of the conversation at the dinner table.
It became very important to her that she should try and create something for people to read and learn how to write chess so that they can become part of the conversation and that they could be able to teach themselves, because I think that's the first step in beginning your game.
That's exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to be a part of the conversation. She wanted to be able to read and write chess and understand what the grandmasters were all about. And then she said, well, wait a minute. Maybe some others would like to just know what their progeny are doing. And so this is what it's all about, and it's for free.
It is absolutely for free. It's very much a passion project of hers, and it's available in several languages: Armenian, Dutch, Filipino, French, German, Mongolian, Indonesian. I mean, so many languages.
Not Norwegian.
So just scan the barcode to view all the versions. It's free, and it's a great step in beginning your chess journey. And as we go to break, it's been the great pleasure of the St. Louis Chess Club to host the Hall of Fame legend Nona Gaprindashvili. Here's a look at her amazing career.
Arguably one of the best women chess players in history, Nona Gaprindashvili was the first woman ever to achieve the title of Chess Grand Master. The Georgian Soviet chess enthusiast was born in 1941 and began playing chess at age 5. By 1961, at the age of 20, Nona had won the Women's Candidate Tournament, a major chess tournament that decides the next challenger for the World Championship. Nona became nothing less than dominant in the game of chess. In fact, 5 times in 2 decades, she became the Women's World Cup champion, first receiving the title after playing against Elisabeth Baikova, a Soviet grandmaster and 2-time world chess champion, for the Women's World Cup championship title, and winning. During the Lone Pine International Tournament in 1977, normally an all-men's tournament, Nona Gabrindashvili defeated 4 grandmasters and finished in first place. This impressive feat earned her one of her most monumental accomplishments when, in 1978, she famously became the first woman to earn the title of Grandmaster by FIDE. From 1963 to 1992, Gabrindashvili was an active member of both the Soviet Women's Chess Olympiad team and the Georgian Women's Chess Olympiad team, earning various victories throughout her Olympiad career. More recently, Nona has won 8 World Senior Championship titles, establishing one of the most influential legacies in the history of chess. Nona's overall impact on the game is inspirational. In 2013, she was recognized for her performance and was inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame alongside Elisabeth Baikova, her previous challenger. In 2015, Nona received the Order of Excellence from Georgia's president, Georgy Margvelashvili, for her outstanding contributions to her home country and nation. Throughout her inspiring career, Nona Gabrindashvili displayed unmatched skill and sportsmanship, motivating generations of chess enthusiasts worldwide. Often regarded as one of the best female chess players in the game's history, her influence extends far beyond the chessboard, breaking gender barriers and paving the way for future female players to excel in the game. This year, the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, proudly welcomes Nona Gabrindashvili as an honored guest during the 2024 edition of the Cairns Cup, where 10 of the world's best modern female chess players will compete for a $200,000 prize fund.
I have heard a lot about your chess club and museum as well. As for St. Louis, my grandchild has became the Bachelor of St. Louis University in Madrid. And I was on his graduation attending there. I had information about your club. And it's really great that you are making this type of tournament. We're expressed with your museum, the chess and what's presented here. I'm happy that I have the chance to leave a small piece of me in this museum. What I can say is all the good things. I cannot say something better. These elite chess tournaments are good. They are inviting the players with rating, and they have good prizes. I can say only good things, and it will be great if many such kind of tournaments will be held. What I can say, I'm really sad that I'm not young and I'm not able to participate in. There was nothing like this happening in my times. Only official tournaments were available that times.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Welcome back. It's the final round of the Cairns Cup 2024, and well, we already have a champion. Let's remind ourselves, for those of you who just tuned in, of the standings. And you can see Zhongyi, she led from start to finish, and she finds herself with 6 points out of 9. No one can catch her. Alexandra Kosteniuk with her draw, she finds herself in clear second, but perhaps not for long, because as you can see, there are 4 players on 4.5 points who are all eager to make their marks and win those points and win that money. And here is our 2024 Cairns Cup champion, Zhongyi. She really has been the most impressive contestant.
Very deserving champion.
$50,000 richer, and as you say, Yasser, such a brilliant champion. You know, she has played like she's been in a class of her own.
Yes, and undefeated. That's usually is always the start. Don't lose any games, win those winning positions, and good things happen. And it all went her way. It was really the game yesterday. I think it was the pivotal game when Harika did not press what I thought was a significant advantage. Tan drew that game easy, short draw today. Now it's a big fight for the second place.
It is a huge fight, because remember that second place will win a share of $40,000 or $40,000 clear.
They're picking up on a game between 2 longtime rivals, Anna Zatonskih and Irina Krush, 2 ladies who have dominated women's chess here in the United States. After a lot of toing and froing and kind of an unusual middle game position, I want to say. It's not often we'll see bishops on f5 as well as g7 with pawns on e6 and g6. Something in the position, though. Irina has just played the move knight to g4. And hovering in the background, of course, is what we like to call the old X-ray attack. This queen on a c7 hits h2. Anna's just played the move f2, f4, and that was the move I would have played too. Don't be thinking, I mean, this is just, I don't know if the word embarrassment would, checkmate in what?
A lesson.
What?
A lesson.
A lesson. There you have it. But after f2, f4, Jovi, we do have a situation. You attacked the knight on e5 with your knight on g4. She defended it, did Anna. Now the question is, do you want to take? Do you think that this is what Irina has in mind? Because if you do take kind of opening up the f file.
And you have a ready-made kind of attack with moves like e4 and just say,
indeed. That's
look
exactly,
at that, the dark squares on e6 and f6 that are vulnerable.
That was exactly my thoughts as well. How does this benefit Irina? And it doesn't, so much so that Irina very quickly, after knight g4, f4, she just brought her knight right back and said, my intention was to provoke the move f2, f4. And Nessie, I'm sitting there saying, wait a minute, I was ready to play f4 almost voluntarily. Why did Irina give her opponent 2 tempi?
I think we should ask that question to him. Because Engine also agrees with you. Now white does have a pleasant advantage. It's more than half a pawn.
Because
of f4, I think.
Yes.
Because just a couple moves ago it was okay, but now
with the extra
with the extra
support,
tempi and the pawn on f4, white just looks better. So this is somewhat not London, but what is it called with the bishop?
Collie. Tory.
Something like
that.
Yeah.
Kali Toru. Go.
So white,
Maybe it's a Sukatort.
yeah, maybe white has that typical position.
I think you're actually right, which is making even that much more crazy.
Tori's with the bishop out to g5, so yeah, that one strike that one.
That was
and
the trump is E3 and bishop D3 and knight D2.
Yeah, and I think maybe that
This is like a ready.
And maybe this sort of Sukatort is with C3, D4, E3.
Yeah.
Or something like that, yeah.
Okay.
So white's position is similar to those openings, but black has a very strange setup. Bishop on f5 and all the pawns e6, g6, h5. So it's just a good version of whatever that opening is.
With Zugator, you pick your name.
Yeah.
The first thing that I look at after the move knight f6 is and I do this, of course. I've said it multiple times. I just ask everybody, are you happy? You happy? I hear two unhappy people in my camp as white, the rook on a1, and maybe even the bishop on b2. So I start to think, well, I've got to put them to work. So one move I would find myself very attracted to if I was in Anna's shoes, I would find myself attracted to the move bishop a3. Obviously, I'm eyeballing this diagonal, and I'm really dreaming, like, do me the solid favor of capturing on e5 so that on a very good day I could park my bishop on d6 and congratulate myself. So I would look at bishop a3. The other moves that I would look at is c4 and putting my rook to work, and or e4, and again, putting my rook to work in the center. The computer's approach?
Computer likes rook c1 and bishop a3. e4 it doesn't like so much. Because after all the trades...
Well, black finally has a plan, right?
I've given black a plan.
Yeah. Which is just,
the
knight can get to f6 and then, whoa.
Yeah, black can take on e4, the knight can come to f6. It's just black can breathe in the position, because before all the pieces were so cramped here, especially the minor pieces.
Yeah, but definitely e4 is something very much to consider, because as soon as you see black taking the knight on e5, then I'm like, ooh,
then I'm eager to play e4. But rook c1 with the idea, c4, bishop a3.
Top choice at the moment.
Top choice. Okay.
Yeah, rook c1 and c4.
Well, rook c1 would definitely discourage longside castling if Irina was considering that. And
as soon as black castle is short, then you can have ideas of starting your play on the king side now.
Exactly. You took the words, in the words of Meatloaf, you took the words right out of my mouth. I really was ready to go h3 and
not
eagerly.
sing the second line.
Just a second, let me clear my vocal cords. You have not heard me karaoke because you will not be so encouraging. I like Anna's position again. I'm not sure what Irina is supposed to do for active counterplay.
Could she just go knight e8? This is
slow.
Immediately close to plus, more than plus.
Yeah,
two now,
okay.
Yeah.
No time. No
she
time.
needs to be very careful.
Wow, that happened. That wasn't obviously. I liked your idea of rerouting the knight to d6. I guess it was just a bad timing issue there. But okay, something that we'll keep an eye on. Let's go around to the game once again between Mariya and Nana, because I'm kind of feeling that Nana's happier over these last two moves. We've often heard us talk about the minority attack. And what is the minority attack all about? Well, here on the queen side, we see that white has the majority. So 2 pawns versus 1. A minority attack is really this concept of the single pawn holding back the majority.
Yeah.
So in other words, I take your trump, which is your majority, and I turn it into no trump whatsoever. After the move a5, 2 things behind that move. The first and most obvious, I'm preparing to put my bishop on maybe a more effective diagonal. Secondly, I'm grabbing some space and I'm taking away this idea that the pawns on the queen side are going to be effective for white. Rook d1 takes, and now a4. It's kind of like, we don't think of it as a minority attack, but it really is. What black is trying to do is to make the suggestion that instead of being an asset, the majority could potentially become a weakness that I can attack.
Totally. And I like that kind of thinking as well, because as soon as white tries to step up with moves like b4, well, you just have en passant.
Exactly.
And the pawn on b3 is going to be a target.
I notice that we do have knight e5 on the board, and I think from Mariya's point of view, she's beginning to recognize that what she needs to do is get her pieces in the game. Rook on a to c1 was her plan. Knight takes e5, very logical move there by Nana, and, well, I mean, what am I supposed to do? I'm going to recapture, right? Knight takes e5. And I'm thinking bishop a6, because I like trying to trade off this bishop if I can.
And if you keep the bishops on?
Bishop f3.
Knight d5.
Yeah, that is usually my go-to square, my anchor square, if you will. I think the game is just still very, very balanced.
And if the bishop comes in to harass... No, you can't do that. I
Which?
have to move my knight to c6.
Six. Okay, so the potential for bishop takes and knight e7 check is on. Is that something I'm afraid of, though? Because, well, maybe I am. Let's say I am. I'm not 100% sure I should be, but I'll just dodge the threat.
Yeah, I'll renew it with bishop c5. Although I think I'm stepping in the wrong direction. I need to be involving the a1 rook.
Take the pieces back a little bit. And
let's
maybe play
involve
rook
ac1.
Exactly.
Suddenly, my brain kicked into gear, and I said, "Well, you preach all the time in commentary about
involving
all the pieces
into the play.
and
Rook ac1, and we do have. I'm just going to repeat refresh. Sorry, refresh the current position. Takes. For me, the d5 square is my outpost. I also find the move bishop to b7, intending bishop to d5 to be very attractive. You can play rook c1, and I'll play rook c8. And again, I'm thinking in my mind's eye that if I can turn the majority into a fixed, blockade, again, I don't like his teaching.
Liability.
But,
Full stop. Yeah.
But I liked his sayings. What was it? It was like restraint, blockade, destroy.
Yeah, control, restrain, blockade. Destroy. Sorry.
Yeah, restraint, blockade, destroy.
A pass pawn is a prisoner. You must keep them under lock and key.
The pass pawn is a criminal.
Oh, it's a criminal.
You must keep him under lock and key. Yes,
okay.
there you go.
Sorry.
No, I mean, again, he had a brilliant witticisms. Just his actual teachings were garbage.
But it was from 1900 and...
I know, it's a different era.
Yeah.
Like, hello. Look at today's modern trainers. The problem I have with some of the trainers today, they're too darn hard. I'm not kidding. I mean, Mark Dvoretsky, bless his heart, you hear all of these players praising his books to the sky, but they're world champions for crying out loud. I mean, the common players, the class players are doing their best just to understand. Mark Dvoretsky is like, calculate these next 25 moves.
I found the same with Ramesh, but I have to kind of do a caveat because I think Ramesh is a brilliant trainer, really, really good. But the emphasis is very much on calculation. And in his books, it's almost like a second language. It's like go through these lines blindfold, and I couldn't keep up.
Right?
But then again, you see how effective his strategy is.
For the Praganandas and the Gukeshes and the
Erigaisi, exactly. Yeah. I mean, so many young Indian talents are coming through.
So hard. What about this great idea of teaching you concepts and understanding blockades and light square structures and weaknesses and how to reposition your pieces? I would excel. I get that stuff. Calculating 25 move variations blows me up. Nancy, jump in and tell us where you think the action is.
Have we checked in with Muzychuk and Alice recently?
Not the most recent, but I'll be darned. They are, playing some of our moves. We were looking at knight d4 and a6s, and I think we left it around these parts. Yeah.
Right, the most exciting game at the moment is between Anna and Irina that we just looked at, but I'll show you this game. So everything's moving forward to a draw, I would say, but it's of course white who is trying, just because we have slightly better pawns. So here, I have a question for you guys. Would you, if you don't know the evaluation, but you know it's equal, immediately, let's say it's blitz or bullet, do you take?
No.
No.
I play king f8 instantly.
So you keep the more passive rook and let the white have open file.
No, I play king.
King f8. Okay.
Because I don't want. I want to bring my king into the game, and I'm inviting rook e8. I always want to trade on my terms.
Yeah.
You're welcome to trade, but do it where it favors me.
Yeah, you do.
Right? Always. King f8. Trade on my terms.
King f8 is very good. Computer loves rook c8 the most.
That would not be on my agenda.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because it does have an idea behind it. Just play c6, destroy this pawn chain, and then you might get the pawns where white is actually slightly worse on the queen side because white has two separated weaknesses.
Right. I must confess rook c8 didn't occur.
But even rook f8 is preferred than rook e1.
Yeah, because
here white does have some small advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, king comes in here much faster. So let's say some move knight d7, knight c6, king f8, king e2. This block is very limited.
Okay, knight c5, king d.
Passive defense.
Passive defense for the while.
Advantage increased a little bit already.
King e8.
King e8.
No harm, no foul yet,
I'm going
right?
after the pawn, so you have to play a5.
a5. You induced me. Yep.
Bishop d4. Now it's close to +1 for some reason.
f6.
I guess
h4.
I can create some kind of a passer, maybe.
Okay,
There's
it's
just
still
no way for black to start improving that.
I mean, I'm not absolutely pleased with my play, but I wouldn't think I'm terribly.
Should still be holdable.
Right,
But white's playing on both sides of the board, so it's unpleasant for black.
Right. Okay.
But this is like the best case scenario for white.
Best case, and I certainly have been helpful in my play thus far. Okay, so Alice is holding. We've seen the game Mariya and Nana. That again also looks balanced. I mean, this final round of play with so many tense games, we're seeing balanced play.
Totally balanced
Elisabeth?
play. Elisabeth Paehtz against Harika. Harika, one of those players on 4.5 points.
Also in the mix is Harika, rook to d8, and I like the fact that Harika is cleared the diagonal, right? Once you play the move b7, b6, the bishop on g2, as good as it looks, is actually not impacting anything. And in the meanwhile, well, I mean, Harika is ready to play knight to rook on e7 to d7, knight to b3, and I don't see why black isn't better. I rather like black's position. It really goes to show that decision, bishop c5, really was a strategic howler. In fact, it was actually in this part, at this moment, that the move knight e1, opening up the bishop, prepping knight to d3 to keep the d file closed, and potentially knight to c5 would be advantage white. And in one single go, we see that it is black who actually has the initiative. Her pieces are playing easier. That is to say, black's pieces have an easier time in this game.
And talking about time, you know, Harika is not really. Harika just over an hour. Lizzie just under 1 hour.
And I want to go back to our All-American matchup because guess what? Anna did play the move e3, e4, a move that I don't want to say was condemned, but certainly you felt that now black knows what she's doing. Just trade everything on e4 and you get a Karo Khan. What, you're happy?
I'm just laughing at what you just said.
What did
I don't want to condemn it, but you
we're
not
ready
like
to
this.
jump on it.
I stand by that claim.
Yeah.
I absolutely don't like this because
Black
there's
has
no
it.
need to resolve the tension in the position because Irina was the one struggling with where to put the king, what to do with her pieces.
Now it's clear where
now
they
it's
go.
very clear where they go.
Yeah.
Having said all that, Anna can just rely on having a very strong knight on e5.
Right.
So there is that.
Anakin, may the force be with you. Actually, very, very good memories. John Vanderville, against myself, I had this set up from one of those early Caro-Kann games where essentially I could gain control of the e4 square. My opponent, John Vanderville, had a very good knight on e5. And I just kind of like moved around. Like you can imagine, I'm going to make some poor play for just a moment.
I don't think that's a poor. Was it
by
Anna.
White for just a moment, and you can see what I mean. The knight on e5 looks pretty, it wasn't very effective. Whereas the knight on e4. So the move e3, e4, we did see the trade, and now. A moment here, because for Irina, she could capture on e4 or castle. I noticed you liked castling.
Me?
You didn't want to take on e4. You like to keep that tension.
Yes, I want to keep the tension on this particular position because...
Just your experience?
Yeah, just my kind of experience. There's no problem with the light square bishop anymore. And I kind of want to keep that bishop on the board just in case I want to be breaking with c5 at the right time.
Gotcha.
And like you kind of pinpointed, one of the big things in this is this e4 square.
Right, the fight over the central
Which
square.
looks pretty vacant right now. It doesn't look like black is controlling it at all. But my experience shows that, say the light square bishops comes off, you can even see a situation where there's some kind of, like this is the dream, by the way.
Right.
A knight comes into e4, or here you can just get control with your rooks. But I was kind of like, very much like your example of playing around a knight on e5. You can kind of, at the right time, go f5, knight f6, and that's an outpost.
That you can really sink your teeth into. After that brotherly love, that sibling rivalry, I mean, you went on to win 9 UK championships. What happened to your brother?
He's an international master. He just, that's what he wanted to be. And so I mean, that's one of the things about chess. It's not very lucrative.
No, it wasn't.
No, and whilst I was prepared to kind of take the financial hits and live the life of a chess player, which is not very...
For the honor and the glory.
Right, it's not very profitable. I'm going to be clear on that.
Yes.
But it did... I did get flexibility. I didn't have to go in for a 9-to-5 job. I got to travel the world. So there was kind of swings and roundabouts there, and I had a very supportive family and partner who said, go for the dream. But my brother, there was no future for him just being an international master.
Does the dream flare anew? I mean, it was recently announced by FIDE that the World Blitz and Rapid Championships are going to be held in the Big Apple.
I'm kind of not liking my rating either. I kind of feel it's... I want to, like Tam was saying, and also Irina, they were higher ratings, and I was a higher rating before.
And I would like to be...
I would like to be that level again. And I never passed 2450. I remember there was a time when I was going towards 2460, and then I played a tournament and I lost all my points that I had accumulated. So that was a little bit annoying. But I mean, I still feel like chess is a journey, and I haven't quite gotten to the stage where I can rest and go, I'm happy.
I'm going to ask the same question to Nasi for a moment. What's missing?
What's missing?
The training?
I don't have a trainer. I haven't had a trainer for many, many years now.
Right.
And all the training that happens in the UK, I mean, that's done out of my own pocket.
Right.
So there's very little... And I would actually say that this is a problem with most girls in chess, is that they're not practicing enough.
Okay.
And that's primarily because of social connections, because there's just no other girls to kind of train with. And it's no fun being the only girl in the room and having to train with 20 boys. Yeah, sure, you do it.
Right.
But it's not kind of ideal for what is your passion and what is your hobby.
Asking you the same questions. Nasi, you
There's
mentioned that you would like to get serious, to really push, to win the Queen's Award, maybe, and to test yourself, test your ability. How are you going to do it?
Yeah, so I thought that I reached my peak at 16 and I could never get back there. But now watching some of these players, like for example, Anna Zatonskih winning Cairns Cup last year and making a GM norm, absolutely. I'm like, you know what? I still have time.
Right.
All I need is to really focus on chess, because I think you asked earlier what's missing, right?
Right.
Maybe just focusing on chess alone, because that's what I used to do. That's how I was in top 30 in the world in the women's when I was 16, because there was nothing else in my life besides chess.
Right.
Now
That
I've
was
got
your
a lot
focus.
going on, so
Yeah.
that of course affects my rating.
Right.
But yeah, I think that's the recipe, right? Just 100% focus on chess.
Jovi just said that socially speaking, it's important to be in those circles where you're not the only girl in the room with 20, at a chess training camp. You would like to have chess training camps with a lot of women, and then you're pushing each other, you're motivating one another. Do you get those opportunities in the It doesn't sound like Jovi got them in the UK.
Yeah, especially when you're young.
Yeah.
Especially when you're a young girl, it's not the happiest place to be, like the only girl in the tournament where it's hundreds of men and you're the only girl. But I think I was lucky that I grew up in Georgia, where so many female chess players played chess, so
And
I
were
never
encouraged to
felt
play
that
chess.
alone.
Yeah.
And we did train together, we traveled together to the tournament, so I was just lucky to be in the right place for chess.
To have a group and to be in that group.
When you were part of the Georgian team, would you say that the federation was supportive?
I was pretty young, so I didn't notice whether they were not or
What they were or were not doing.
Yes, but my parents were very supportive, and I think federation was too, because women's chess in Georgia has always been popular, talked about, even on TV, and the whole country was really supportive of that.
Yeah.
And I hope it still is.
Yeah, because for me as well, it's not just enough to have like a private network of support. You also got to be backed by a federation. You also got to have people not standing in your way, closing those doors. They got to be opening them. And I see a lot of the top women throughout the world, they are fighting their federations. And can you imagine that in any other sport where you have to beg your federation to assist you? And some of the stuff, I'm quite passionate about this, but some of the stuff that federations can do that don't even have money is, for instance, to introduce you to networking events, just to put you in contact with people who can make things happen for you.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of doors slammed in my face, and that was really quite difficult. And it only
disheartening. Yeah.
Exactly, and it's only things that you realize like further down the line. You were like, hang on a second, that's not right. In fact, like Nazi, okay, I wasn't 16, but I was 20, and I was in the top 50 in the world.
Wow.
Right, and in fact, England had 2 women. And we were never encouraged. We were always kind of told, well, why do you deserve any conditions? Why do you deserve any help?
Who was your other rival?
Harriet Hunt.
Harriet Hunt.
Yeah, so she's a fantastic
Yes.
player. She really is. And we were competing in the World Championship cycle. And I can just remember, asking for conditions for the British Championships and being told, no, you don't deserve anything.
Wow. Recently, the St. Louis Chess Club hosted, and we had a tournament that featured the Olympic women's team. So we had Darush and Alex Onyshuk as the coaches, and Anna Zatonskih, Irina Krush, Alice Lee, Carissa Yip. They all got a chance to come to St. Louis. And there was just big smiles around the table, and I could poke my head in, and they played in my. They were in my office actually. The
But it makes
room.
such a big difference
And
to
they were
have that.
delighted to have that.
Yeah, to have that
training.
contact with the great players.
Right.
I mean, I
and
see
they were
it,
pushing each other.
Right, I see it being done now with the youngsters in the UK. So I don't want to take away from the people
What is happening.
working very, very hard to advance junior chess in the UK now. But it is a little bit late now for me.
But at the same time, we do have so many tools that can assist, whether they be chess engines, whether they be databases. Let's just jump back into the game. Thank you, because I think for me, This is a discussion we never, ever, ever had or even had a chance to have in chess. I mean, you know, the only girl in the camp of 20? No, you'd be the only girl in the camp of 100. We just didn't have ladies. And when I see Nona Gaprindashvili, I just think, well, you know, what a trailblazer she was. And we're going to go to Irina and Anna.
I think we're going to go first to Elisabeth against Harika because I just, again, I'm sorry for being insistent, but I'm really tracking the evaluation bars, and you see it's inching towards Black's favour.
Yes.
And as you can see, the knight has landed on b3. Black has control of the d line. This is looking like a collection of small advantages that could transform it into a big one.
This was really the secret of Anatoly Karpov's success. In fact, the secret of all of the top grandmasters is that they had this fantastic ability to accumulate what we would call small advantages. And let's see what this move knight b3 is doing. It's causing a little issue in White's camp. I would like to evict the knight. Go. We know that Elisabeth had played rook e1, but you won't see this every day, but there's a fork in the position.
Yep, you can give a check to the knight on d2.
And in the mortal words of Larry Christensen, you get me from behind.
But look,
knight d1.
The knight has found itself on the starting square of its
wait a minute, how
rival.
did that happen? So the rook, unfortunately, has no good squares, and for Elisabeth, she had to put her rook on e1. Now, one of the first things that catches my eye when I see a rook on an open file is the idea that I want to blast the...
It's a beautiful move.
Yeah, I want to blast the thing open so that I can penetrate with the rook. Now, maybe this is premature because I might be...
Knight f4 or
yeah,
knight c5.
I might be just in that nick of time that... you know, my next move is rook c1 and rook c8 and king e1, and I can hold the position. So maybe e4 isn't the move, and of course, bishop takes e4 would be an error. Whoops. In this case, this knight is really doing quite the job, isn't it? Knight d2 check. Sorry.
Yes, and based on that logic, is it, I was going to say, good to try to control the circuit of the knight, but I don't see moves like b6 because you just give up control of c6. The knight can come to b4, and suddenly I was thinking about planting a knight to where it can go, where it can couldn't go before.
Right. I don't know if it's necessary or should it be encouraged or discouraged. Not 100% sure. When I don't know what to do, I always like these improving little moves. And that was what I wanted to say about Karpov and Bobby Fischer. They had this ability of building their positions, and I actually called them builders. They had to take one little advantage, they turn it into another. At the moment, Elisabeth is feeling like she doesn't have a good coordination of her pieces. Now, how Harika is going to turn that into something concrete, like a material advantage, well, we'll wait and see if she can do it. Jump in on this one, Nasi. I like Harika's position. Why not? But do the engines consider it much better, or is it?
It is much better because it's -1.
That's much better.
Without having an extra pawn, so that's
already
a huge positional advantage,
right.
yes. But it's not that simple to play.
Yeah, how do I convert it into something more than +1?
Yeah, I think you have to go straight for that weak pawn on a4. So rook d4.
How could you... Sorry, I'm going to put it on you. How could you miss this, Yasser?
Boy, we're going to have to work a lot harder. I agree. Rook to d4 looks good.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit shocked that you guys didn't look at it.
Why does she have to do all the work? Come on.
So best way to give up that pawn is to play
Give it
e5, just so you can follow up with b4 at least.
Yes.
But after knight b3, yeah, this knight is not really trapped, of course, but maybe in the future we could cause some problems. So that's why this idea of a5 and b4 looks like it's the best for white, although it's still -1. For example, rook d1, and yes, your knight cannot move, but I also cannot really attack it in any way.
But this feels good. I like being a pawn up, and I like the coordination, the appearance of coordination.
Well, your
at
move b6 is good, just to discourage knight c5 in some lines. Let's say king e1, and then, like you said, just improve the position a little bit.
Can you pile up on the d line?
For
double the rooks, rook d.
Yeah,
rook d7 is good too. Should have 3.
She doesn't use the coordinates anymore. Pile up on the D line.
Look, you guys understand me, and I feel very happy when you do.
Right. You should write a book, Read and Write Chess. And you don't talk about coordinates, just left and right, and nice. This looks very good for Harika, and Harika with a victory, as we know, would
she would
leapfrog over.
It would be a $40,000 victory.
Wow, and rook d4. And by the way, we really enjoyed our exchanges with our audience.
Yeah, we've loved answering the questions.
I like the superhero comics.
Yes.
Who would you connect? How do you prepare? How do you train? And we have a winner.
We do have a winner, and this is the winning tweet.
Andrew, Grandmaster Andrew Hong.
This is a question from Andrew Hong. How do you keep your personal bias out of it when calling games? How can one stay objective?
And I answer truthfully, I can't. My personal bias is a part of my DNA, Andrew.
And here you can see Andrew's prize. It is a signed vinyl board from the participants of the 2020 Cairns Cup. Congratulations, Andrew.
That looks like a bit of a memorabilia.
Answering your questions.
That's a very impressive
the current women's world champion has signed that board, Ju Wenjun.
Ju Wenjun is in that mix.
That was the one where Humpy Canary won. Yes.
I had a blooper while doing that. We won't go there, but she won that. She won that. Boy. We lost Nasi on this one. Harika looking good at this moment. Will she find rook d4?
Yeah.
Sorry, got the giggles.
Okay. Well, it's looking good for Harika. The problem is that I find laughter quite contagious. So where do you want to go to next?
Anna and Alice. Some interesting decisions there. If you go back to the middle game or opening, bishop f4 came to d2. And it was very interesting that Anna did not want to trade dark square bishops. Much later, having secured her structure of c4, d5, and controlling the c6 square, she decided that her bishop on d2 was no longer as good as the bishop on d6. And I was saying that bishop on d6 was kind of this glue holding Alice's position together. So it took her a few tempi, but she has gone bishop on d2 to g5 to h4 to g3 in order to trade off these dark square bishops. And I think at the end of that whole exercise, she has enjoyed more space. And
an interesting moment, though, because we haven't seen Anna automatically capture that bishop with her h-pawn. So
it begs the question,
it does.
Is she thinking...
Can you capture with the f-pawn? With the idea of creating a pass pawn
on the h-file.
On the h-line, yeah.
That would be a very unusual approach. I mean, we've seen it happen in very specific, unique moments, but I remember playing against Michael Tall where I took f2 takes g3, but the idea in that case was I was creating a cocoon for my king. I went h3, king h2, and my king was untouchable because the queens were on the board. In this particular example, we're doing it for the possible endgame advantages, and that's rare. As we were talking
of course,
about it,
H takes.
recapture towards the center
Yeah.
was played. H2 takes g3. Whew. Feeling good. I just lost the giggles there. Sometimes as a commentator, you know, you remember a moment and you just think to yourself, how funny that was. And yeah, it catches you
You have a
unawares.
very contagious laugh. Yes.
Well, thank you very
you
much.
do.
H2 takes G3. On the board, I like what Anna is doing and what she has done. Whether, again, it's one of these things, you know, sometimes you pat yourself on the back and you're saying, aren't I great? And then you have somebody like Nepo on the other side of the table saying, what's my problem? I have no weaknesses. Of course, you're slightly better, but I have an easy draw.
Yes, but now I was thinking, okay, there's been consequences to the opening of the H line. So
Okay.
kind of just to follow through from something that you were mentioning, if you go F3, King
Yes.
F2,
Yes, yes,
can you
yes.
see where I'm going?
Absolutely.
There's an open H line.
And rooks
In fact,
are magnetized towards those open
exactly. And you can keep that in your pocket for a while.
Exactly.
You can kind of go F3, G4, maybe even push your pawn up to G5. You can do it as a group.
Yeah. Conversely, Black doesn't have such an idea herself. F6, King F7, Rook H8, thanks to the knight's presence attacking E7, Rook E7 will rock your world. That just end the game, essentially. So it's a one-sided. Only one side could potentially exploit the open H
In
file.
fact, I'm really beginning to worry for Alice. I know the computer is like level, but on a practical level, this is not an easy position whatsoever to play, because I'm really liking this idea of going F3, King F2.
Well, let's have a look.
Maybe Rook H1, that's something that will keep you on your toes.
Here's my thought about the position. So my thought about the position is, what is my problem? The king side, even Steven. The king's even Steven. The rook's pretty even. For me, the problem is this mighty knight.
Yes. So
I would be inclined to go away. Just get out of here. I mean, would you like to trade knights?
No,
then,
no.
Then you're helping me
Absolutely not.
a great deal. But if you let me capture, I will delightfully trade knights. So your knight has to go.
Unfortunately, yes.
Where would you like to go? Backwards.
It has to go backwards. I mean,
But
well,
where?
it can go forward, but that's not advisable.
Not advisable. For example, let me just put this on the table. Now that I've driven you backwards, yay, I'm so good, I would like to drive you backwards again. I would love to play the move f6, but I don't want to hang my g-pawn. So I will play the move g5, intending to drive you backwards. If I can get you away from the c6 square, then my knight will jump back. And I do believe, actually, Nasi was showing there's a variation where at a certain moment, Black may fight for the move c7, c6. I don't think we're there yet, but after g5.
But after g5, every move
Please.
has a consequence. Knight
Please.
f3.
Okay, you have
Come
attacked
on,
my
Yasser.
pawn. I'm doing it. You induced
Okay,
me.
knight to d4.
And I understand. You, at one moment, you had a great outpost. Now you want another great outpost.
Yes.
Let's go. So you're welcome to enter my village. Knight will come to e6. I will go knight to d7. And again, I'll look forward to pushing you away.
Yeah, and
Go
then
ahead.
I was thinking, this is my problem, but I can't resist. Yeah, f4.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I've emphasized this time and time again. Knights love protected squares. So if you're going to go into the e6 square, you know what you really want to do is protect it more.
Yep.
More and more. The more you protect an advanced knight, the stronger it becomes. And it's very insightful part of strategical chess. Sorry, Jovi, please.
Yes.
You've
This is
outplayed me.
exactly what I wanted from
Absolutely.
the position as white. I mean, I really like knight to e5. I think this is correct. But if Anna Muzychuk or Harika wins, if someone wins, they could be in clear second.
And that's what it's about.
And it is all about winning big. Here are the current standings. We see Zhongyi. She is the undisputed winner of the Cairns Cup. But if one of those players on 4.5 points wins, they may be in clear second. And let's remind ourselves of the money at stake.
Right.
So Zhongyi won first place, okay, but second place, 40,000, then 30,000, down to 20,000. So fifth place, 15,000. That's a big drop. And do remember that second place can be tied. So if you win, you're guaranteed a share of 40,000.
Exactly.
That's so much money and enough to make people nervous. And as we go to break, we ask the Cairns Cup players their advice to young, promising women chess players. Take a look.
What advice would you give to young girls who aspire to become professional chess players?
Well, just enjoy chess. You should love what you're doing, and if you're willing to make progress, just dedicate yourself to this task and do it every day. But the most important thing is to keep enjoying it, to keep focusing on the journey rather than on the results. Although it might be difficult, but I think in the long run it will help a lot.
Practice, practice, and practice.
It's not easy to give advice because, the advice should be personal, and I should know the girl that I give this advice. But in general, it's necessary to love to play chess, to be persistent, and to set high goals. Yeah.
Well, you never know if you will become or if you won't, but I would definitely advise that if the girl likes chess or really has the passion for it, just continue and work hard, because these two should be combined. And then if it's improving, then why not to be a professional chess player?
I think they should believe in themselves, and they should have really high goals. Not the simple ones, but they should believe and have very high goals so that they can achieve.
Motivation, hard work, and sometimes also you don't only need to work with a coach, but work alone and enjoy the game. So you have to love what you're doing, and some good luck.
我觉得就是
So my advice is for little girls to try to do something related to chess every day. In addition, when you go through some periods of time when you're not progressing or feeling like you're actually going backwards, don't give up, because this is not unique to you. Everybody goes through that phase of time, and you will eventually pour out of that phase and you will improve and get better.
I think I guess for just anybody who's improving, it would be to be persistent, because in chess there's going to be a lot of bad results in addition to the good results. So being able to go forward and treat losses, I guess, as wins as well, is something that's a really good chess skill to have. And I think it's also important for anybody who wants to become very serious with chess.
Start young and spend a lot of time on it, and I think you got to make chess your life from an early age if you want to become a professional. These days, people are becoming professionals so early, right? So it's not like, you're 18 and then you decide to pursue chess. It's like you got to be doing it from your childhood. So if you feel that chess is your thing, then you want to get started young with it.
Well, actually, I would advise them to never give up fighting, because it's not easy, especially as a woman in the chess world. We're only 10%, and of course the competition is also very big. So I would always advise them never give up, because you never can win a game by giving up.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back. It's the final round of the Cairns Cup, and already it's been an exciting start because when we check out the standings, take a look at the top. Zhongyi, she is on 6 points out of 9. She has completed the tournament. She cannot be caught whatsoever because she is therefore our champion of 2024.
Congratulations to her.
Massive congratulations to Zhongyi, who had what felt like a very smooth victory.
It was.
It really was. Even the moments where she was in trouble, she managed to breeze through those without difficulty. And, well,
the fight for second is so intense.
The fight for second, indeed, Yasser. It's incredibly tense because now we have a 4-way tie with players on 4.5 points.
I see you,
and
Elizabeth.
One victory will get them up to Seoul. Well, a share of second, and yeah, we can feel the atmosphere in the room. We see Elisabeth there with the shoes bouncing up and down.
I think in the foreground we have Nana. She's got or is that Anna's blue shoe shaking?
That is Anna. Anna also shaking.
And I think Alice has her shoes completely off, and she's in
she's sitting
her
cross-legged.
yoga position.
Well, that's what one can do when one is young.
Right.
Alice lead just 14-year-olds.
By the way, jumping into the game, we've got this game of Anna Muzychuk and Alice Lee. When we left it, yeah, we were kind of enjoying White's position, and I was suggesting that for me, it was all about getting rid of this knight. I look at this knight and I say, that's the one that has the advantage over my position, so I was looking to get rid of it. Just let's trade it off. Alice took a much better approach. She traded rooks first and attacked the knight from the e5 square, not the b8 square, the e5 square. And this comes with the added joy, if you will, that I'm attacking the pawn in c4, so a trade is inevitable. After this move, knight to e5, now I fully believe the advantage is completely gone. In fact, no advantage whatsoever. I like this move by Alice a lot. Knight takes e5.
Is it so clear-cut,
Please.
though? Because let's
What
dive
would you
in to, I think you have to go knight takes knight.
Okay, knight takes, rook takes.
And now the king steps up to d3.
As would mine. My king would, as would Alice's king. She would step up and she start eyeballing a
And
beeline.
now I would ask you what you're going to do with your rook. Yes. I'm sorry.
You want to tickle me?
I do want to tickle you.
Okay, well, in this case, normally I'd end up getting my rook trapped. Thanks for asking. In this particular case, I'm kind of happy going down the H file because my king covers the business squares on the E line. I'm going to put my king on D7, making sure your rook can't come into my camp. And, you know, rook H2, I think I'm going to be okay. I'll just chill out on the H2 square for the time being. By the way, we don't have moves of knight takes E5 variety. We have king C3 by Anna, inviting the knight trade. Well, let's see what she has in mind, shall we? Knight takes C6, B takes C6.
Rook E6.
Rook E6, and she wants rook check.
Yeah, and now the rook.
The sad part is I have no choice. I can't play the desirable king here. You go rook check and take my pawn. I actually have to chase you. Rook to D7. I'll threaten to take so that I can play king to D7. And if you drop back with your rook, well, this was the position we came from. This may be the prelude to a forced repetition.
That's a very interesting decision there from Anna, because I didn't see any risk for playing for a win with knight takes knight instead of allowing this capture.
Yeah, this looks very straightforward, and the clock times tell me not much in it by the clocks either. Sorry,
I mean, is there some complex idea behind all this? So, I'm just thinking that maybe we're being a bit too simplistic. So the rook steps up to E6.
Yes, it does.
Let's repeat this again.
And because of the threat of rook takes C6, I'm compelled to give check. I don't want to go into this line for obvious reasons. I had to lose a pawn, so I have to step back with my rook.
And now rook to D7.
And once again, I don't want to lose this pawn, so again, I'll step up with my rook.
Okay, and now is there any funny moves like C5?
Let's have a look-see. C5. Okay, C5. My first suspicion is that this might just be a draw. I mean, how strange it is that I could take this pawn, give you a protected pass pawn on the 6th rank, but I don't think your king would ever be able to go too far away. I wouldn't want to do this, of course. Who would offer such a fortress? But okay, let's fall for it. I take it.
Okay. Now I guess you step back with your rook.
Because once again, I do feel that rook takes D7 and king E7 is a threat. When you step back, where are you stepping back to?
Let's put it on D2
and once again,
Let's try rook D5.
Okay, I like that move maybe a little bit better. So from the get-go, now you put your rook on D5, and who is playing for the win?
Okay, and now here, let's go king C4. Although you have a check. No, you don't have a check. Go.
Go king C4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's enter the race.
Let's enter the race.
And now rook D7. No.
You can check and take.
No. I don't want.
Rook
I don't
D7.
want your king to escape.
Okay. Check.
And now king. Silence. Yeah, king D3.
Okay, but you can't be winning this. My king is so close to the promoting pawn.
Okay, well then we did also see possibilities of the king taking the C5 pawn, but this one is very complicated.
Jump in on this one now. See, the move king C3, inviting this rook and pawn to endgame. Does it offer Anna anything? I wouldn't think so.
No, it doesn't. Of course, if either of them make a mistake, then it changes very quickly.
Of course.
But I'm actually curious, so how did you get to that position? Was
Rookie
it
6.
Rookie 6, and then you were going...
Check, and rook to d7.
I see. Okay.
Check.
Rook d8, check,
Rook
and then
d6.
c5.
And now c5.
Okay. Yeah, here king e8 is the best move.
Just king e8.
Yes.
I took on c5.
So if b takes c5, that is actually bad for black, because here check, and this pawn endgame is apparently winning.
Trade rooks. Gotcha. And that was why king e8. Chase the rook away first.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so chase the rook away first.
Although it's still a little scary, because you would have to calculate this out to know for sure. Either side could lose this, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because, of course, if we take here, then suddenly black's winning.
Right. Whoops.
Actually, you can't even play king c4 or d4. Those are losing. This is the only move that's not losing for white.
That's a warning right there.
Yeah.
And it was,
Yeah.
why would king d4 be losing?
b5 and game over, it says. I guess at some point king comes here, and
then
black has a lot of tempi, kick you out, and
you use your...
And you use your queenside pawns as a decoy, yeah.
Yeah, to pick up the c6, to lasso and round up. C6
as a
and
player,
C5.
I mean, we always try to avoid pawn endings if we can, because...
Because we know the pitfalls are so severe, and there's no returning from a losing king and pawn endgame.
So it's very harsh. There's no coming back.
Right. So once again, knight takes, pawn takes, and that whole line with c5, because that is really...
but of course, she doesn't have to play rook e6. That's just not a good move. She can play pawn f6 or even rook e2.
Okay. But aren't I compelled after rook d8 check to
but
return?
black can play king e7 and give you the c7 pawn.
So it's like the lines that we were seeing.
And take here, yes. And
But in
king
this
is very
case,
close.
you're like miles ahead of where you were, because I was taking a pawn on g2 and you had c5, and maybe c5 was a hindrance.
But, I mean, truth be told, at the board, you wouldn't be sure this is equal. Now, with the engine, we know it's a draw, but it looks like white could still have some chances, c5, and king quickly goes up, but
This is
black
what
rook
Zhongyi was striving for. But b takes c5, and I didn't feel the pressure. King d8, I thought, okay, you know, my king's already there. Why should I be losing? Take a pawn.
Take all the pawns, right?
Yeah, just take as many pawns as I possibly can. Maybe a2 as well.
Yeah, absolutely, you can.
Could you use the c-pawn as a shield? That's why I wasn't that keen on taking it.
Oh, you want to go c7, king d5, and king c6. Okay.
Let's try c7.
But you go king d7.
I can go king d7, yes.
Your king didn't get to c6.
No, I didn't.
The March of the Lemmings.
Actually, let's try. I think even this should be okay.
Yeah, because I could play
Let's
rook
say
f2.
rook f2, yeah.
And the whole point is, Jovi was thinking if she
King
could get the king to c6 and not suffer that move, then she would be threatening checkmate and winning the game.
But here, I want rook c6, rook
Yeah,
e7.
no, it's clear that
Yeah,
black is for
black is
choice.
safe,
Yeah. Okay, well, keep an eye on this one, as again, Anna is hoping for victory and clear second. Her sister. Let's jump to the game of Mariya. She's up against Nana. Just a second as I ferret out that game. And let's see what we got. We left the position around these parts. Rook fc8, bishop b5, bishop d5. Correct play. Targeting the a2 pawn, bishop to c6, rook takes, and the swapping. And this was, I would say, from black's point of view, this is a dream position to have a very powerful knight centered in the middle of the board. And after g3, I mean, these rook and bishops versus rook and knight positions, I know through the great Bobby Fischer that you're supposed to like the bishop, but in this particular case, I'm actually partial to the knight. The reason is, just imagine, it's not a good idea, right? It's just not a good idea. But imagine that I have a position where my pawn on a4 is locking in the majority. Then very slowly I would play f6, g5, h5, and I would have a majority on the king side that I enjoy. So after the moves g3, I'm thinking I start with the move rook here.
That would make sense. Also, are you threatening a3?
Yes, I do see. Although,
I'm not sure.
let's say I just play a move. Would I
Would you
jump
go?
leap at the opportunity? No, because maybe I have rook a1.
Yeah, that's also what I was thinking. Rook
Yeah.
a1, and somehow the knights are not
I've
that great
helped.
against the rook pawns.
Exactly, I've helped. Whereas conversely, f6, king f7, black. By the way, b2. Hold on, careful. We have to be careful for Mariya that she's not getting her bishop is not getting kicked away from the defense of the b2 pawn.
Yes.
Are clocks a factor in this one?
Not really, not at this point. It's 38 minutes for Mariya, whereas Nana is 36 minutes and ticking down. But so yeah,
So-
I like your rook. What's wrong with rook c7?
Nothing. I think I would. I think I would start with f6, just that I don't blunder back.
Yeah.
Checkmate. But I do it with tempo. By the way, that's very compelling. When bishop drops back, then drop to rook to c2, and I don't see any problems here for Nana.
Well,
Please.
well. Okay, can you do? I'm trying to think of a scenario where you can go you can corral that pawn on a4.
Okay.
So, but in order to do that, you need to stabilize this bishop. So I was thinking f4, but f4 is not really a move I want to play. Rook c2.
Immediately.
Yeah, smoothly played by Nana.
She doesn't wait for f6, but rook a2. So in this position where we play after rook a2, let's go rook to d3, f6. And what you were trying to say is you would like to go after this pawn.
Yeah, in fact, I would like to go after it directly. So I'm not going to even bother to try to hold on to the b pawn. I'm going to go rook to d4.
Okay. In this case, now I am very attracted to
A3.
f6 first.
And then the bishop moves, clearly not to f. I didn't want to put it to f4. I wanted
You
to put
didn't?
it, I
Sorry,
wanted bishop d6.
Okay,
Yeah, I was kind of joking.
Right?
I was like, yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I will include the move a3. Apologies. I'll get it right one day. a3. You will take.
I will take, yes.
I will play f6. You will play bishop to d6.
Yes.
And I will munch a pawn.
Yeah. And
So
what
we're
is
gonna-
this like? So the rook.
I think it's very, very even, but with the rook being behind a moment ago, you could play rook to d1 and rook a1. Your bishop was at
Right.
e5. But with my rook behind the pawn, I think it's just no problem
But
whatsoever.
your knight doesn't have too many squares either. So if I go rook c, wait, bear with.
Sacrilege. What
Yeah,
do you
rook.
mean? My knight will find a happy hunting ground.
Yeah, this is why I was thinking h4, try to...
Sure. But one day, my knight will be rerouted, whether to the e4 square, the f5 square, or the g4 square. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do it, but trust me, I will. And with my rook on a2, no Jovi. I think that I will always have sufficient play. By the way, just in this moment, the more I'm thinking about it, rook here, g2, g3, rook here, rook to d4, doesn't make sense. I was having just a brain infarction.
Well, you
there.
can't go a3, by the way. If
I
you
can't?
go... No, because
Why
I have
not?
rook a4.
f6?
Oh, yeah, you can.
Just lucky not to blunder the back rank mate.
Yes, yeah.
But to get, no, I think I do have to play after rook. I do have to play this move, f6. Bishop here, maybe I can, somehow I was thinking to myself, shouldn't
look
I
at
get, shouldn't I get my knight into the game fast? So hold on. So let's do it concretely. From the current position, we have this situation, yes? I want to play f6. Your bishop didn't want to go to f4, so you have two choices. You chose bishop to d6. I want to take. She has played f6. You want to take, and now I play knight here. I'm forking you. Do something. We do have bishop d6. The players, I'm expecting you to check me.
Okay.
Okay. I will go king f7. I'm expecting a4. Because otherwise I will play rook takes a2.
Well, yes, actually, it has to be played.
And now, because I'm hitting f2, I think it's time for you to give up your ghosts of winning a rook somehow with a5. And I think
Can I just forget about the f2 pawn? And just I know it's sacrilege.
Medic, we're losing our chief commentator for the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. Can I just jettison the f2 pawn?
Yeah, you know, the a pawn is a runner. It's pretty scary.
Okay.
So I'm
away you go.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, your bishop's hanging.
I know.
Okay,
so
so
I think I have to put it on c7. I don't see any other.
c7.
Yeah, I mean, because if I put it on f4, then our knight takes pawn, and then
knight
there's
h3.
knight h3.
Okay, is your, I mean, wow. I'm sure I have at least a perpet in so many of these variations where the rook and the knight combine.
Run.
Knight takes,
Annie, run.
Annie, get your gun and run.
I don't know.
I'm thinking mate. You deserve it.
Checkmated.
You definitely
Thank
deserve
you,
to be
Yasser.
checkmated. A very deserving lady there. How should I checkmate you? Let me count the ways.
Checkmate you.
Yeah, I want the knight on f3, of course, for these checkmating patterns to work.
I tell you how it works.
Yes.
You cough.
And then you just do the piece
Exactly.
and you put it on the right square, and there you go. Okay, so first of all, okay, if I go knight g4, and you go here, and I go knight takes, and you go here,
Yeah.
I presume, and you go knight f3, check.
And as long as the king doesn't step in the corner, it's all good. Run to the left, run.
Yes, run, Forrest, run. Okay. So at a certain moment, I could have rook and 4 pawns versus rook. Okay, so imagining, if you will, this move. So I've set up a perpetual check mechanism. You're going to have to play g4
No, I can.
to defend.
What about rook f8 check?
I can go rook f8 check first.
Yeah, it's the same. You're going to win my
No, it's
rook.
not, because I can promote. Control.
Oh, you can control after. Oh, it's not. No, I'm not getting my perpet. I was going to get rook and 4. I beg your pardon.
Actually, this is a really pertinent discussion that we're having, because this is exactly what Mariya is going for.
Banking
and-
on, exactly.
Yeah. So, well, can we keep our eyes on this one? Because
Sure.
I would like us to
Where would you go?
potentially
Like us
move.
to
Well, I
take
can
us?
see that Anna Muzychuk and Alice Lee, they've gone into the line that we've been highlighting.
All right.
Alice did go rook to e6.
Let's jump there. And she went rook e6, and this is where I think Nasi was just advising, don't go rook e6, go rook e2, and trade the c7 pawn for the f2 pawn, no problems. What she did instead was go rook here, rook check, rook here, and we are anticipating rook to d7, rook to e7. Played quickly, by the way.
Yeah. And here's the moment where
We looked
looking
at
at
c5.
c5.
c5, I took it, but the crazy part was
That's losing.
b5 was the way to go.
No, it was king e8.
Pardon me, it was king e8. I took it, and this is where we could end up in a losing king and pawn endgame. I would not have guessed that this was losing, by the way, for black.
No.
Like, what? Why exactly am I losing? You go king here, king here, king here, and you took a pawn?
Yeah.
Wow.
But I guess you can wait it out
Nothing
though.
help.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second in this king and pawn ending.
Yeah.
I guess you can even wait it out. No, maybe you don't have to dive for the a pawn immediately. You can just wait it out
And
until
you can win it.
until the king steps away.
You think you could zigzag?
Yeah, maybe.
Jump in on this one.
So in this position, as Jovi was saying, instead of going king b4 right away,
Right.
let's make some other moves. You can move this pawn even to
Mm-hmm.
a4, not farther, but stop at a4.
G5,
Let's say
let's say.
g5, g4.
G6.
As soon as you step back, I'm going.
That's right.
G6. Actually, I can already go king b4 because the a4 helps a lot. So
King.
now king d5, king a5, takes, and yeah, my pawn's just faster, right? King where? d5.
Well, then you promote with check.
Yeah, so d6.
Yeah.
King
and
d6.
Then, and then you come back.
But that can play king b5, king c4.
And now you use your a pawn. That makes perfect sense to me. Current position, rook e8, and this is the moment where c5. It was a fleeting thought, and ask the chess engine if you don't mind. c5, rook takes. Nobody goes into this fortress position because on the one hand, you've got a pawn that can promote at any single moment, but on the other hand, your king can't just go crazily up the board because you do have to keep an eye on b5 and a4, right? What's the chess engine's value of this
It
position?
says it's plus 3.4.
That it's winning.
Completely winning, yeah.
It's just winning.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the thing is, so you play on the king side, I think, for a while. Sorry, Jovi.
Yeah, go.
So let's say king d8, g4. With black, do you just move king back and forth? Or?
Let's try. Let's just say I've got the
E7,
perfect
G5.
fortress. What's my problem?
King e7.
Yeah.
I come closer, play
Yeah.
g4.
Okay.
f4, f5's come in.
Yes.
You're going to take?
Well, now I have to because I think you might take and go
Yeah.
king e6, and then I'm stuck. So I have to take.
Take, king e5.
Okay.
So if you play a5, I believe I have a4.
Right.
If you play b5, I can come back.
And then
and
you
play-
go
mhm.
over to, and you munch my pawn.
So
there.
you stay here, and then g6.
And by the way, guys,
And this is
c5 was played.
Thank you for that. Just, I
So-
mean, nobody would play this
Yeah, only move that doesn't lose now for black is king e8.
king e8.
Yep, and Alice needs to
Find it.
find it, yeah.
Big moment of truth here is,
But I remember the first day we were playing ultimate moves,
yes.
and it was me, Irina, and a couple of the players calculating possible pawn ending, and we couldn't figure out if it was a draw or not. And Alice is standing there and is like, no, it's lost. And then she tells us why it's lost.
She calculated
Super
like
fast,
in an
yes.
instant.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think she'll have no trouble, since she has 27 minutes on the clock.
That she'll see king e8, and that makes perfect sense. I mean, after all, the rook is the issue. So let's just kick out the rook, and she will recognize instantly that in this case, yes, she's got this. This is a winning endgame for her. So king e8 will be an easy find relatively. Where
Okay,
else
we will
is some
see.
action?
Let's revisit the game between Elisabeth Paehtz and Harika Dronavalli. Because
Okay,
remember,
when we left it, Elisabeth was on the
she's on the worst side of this.
Yeah, we saw a position where there was knights on the board too, by the way. So we had gotten here. I liked Harika's game, saw the move e4, and I thought, okay, this is advantage Harika, but maybe there was more. And then we got schooled. Nasi said, why don't you go for the pawn? Why do I even have to explain myself? Maybe e4 is second best. Knight takes, and let's catch up with the players. Definitely Harika's for choice. I mean, her pieces and structure are simply better. And what's going on here? Capturing the pawn on b2, rook takes d2, king takes d2. Takes the pawn on b2. I'm sure there's a reason that Elisabeth went for this line. What is
King
it?
c1, actually, so you don't have rook b3 check.
Okay, king c1, so I don't
And the
have rook
next move is rook c7.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. Rook c7 check.
But,
I didn't get the chance to play king
yeah.
to d6. Should I take and play king to d6 immediately? Can we
Yeah,
have a
that's
look-see? Shall we have a look-see? Takes.
King d6.
King d6, that's a tempo against the rook. Stops rook c7, yay.
No entry points for the rook.
Right.
So
Business squirrels are all
backward
covered.
you go.
Well, where's backward, though?
You can go rook h5.
Ooh.
That's not backwards. That's sidewards.
Yeah, but I thought that the rook could get trapped over there. Like you go h6.
Pause, because you're not capturing pawns, Jovi.
Now king c3.
Yeah, but
If
okay.
h6, yeah, king c3.
Well, then we have a check on b3.
King c2.
We have a check. Pardon me, b7 is hanging. Why haven't I cleared the diagonal? So check.
King c2, yeah.
Right.
Unfortunately, my bishop f7, which I was going for.
Okay. What?
You just go rook h4.
Comes up empty-handed, yeah? Any rook retreats now are going to be met by b4, and more or less white should hold.
But let's grab material. Why not?
Okay.
But then there's king c1.
How do we grab material? I'm all for it. I'm your biggest fan. Tell me how we're doing this.
Okay. How to do this? Okay, well, hang on a second.
Yes. How?
Why are we helping whites get their king to d2?
Yeah, shouldn't we be trading on our own terms?
Yes.
Yes. So,
therefore, I don't know, maybe we do h6 or something, just to stop the
H6.
rook swinging over to h5 with tempo.
with a very clever idea of rook takes d2, king takes d2, and king d6.
Yes.
I mean, if I make a move like king d1,
We've done it.
We've done
and
it.
if you go rook takes rook,
Yes, king takes d7, and more or less we're in our line, which we're happy to be in. Any rook retreats, well, it's still not that easy for you to go rook b5 and to take the pawn, because, again, b7 is the source of Elisabeth's counterplay.
yeah, but wait, we can go g5.
Yep. Harika, no question, she's the one is pushing the action, but we're trying. We're trying to win material, but not easily.
And again, just to remind ourselves of the current standings. Zhongyi, she is the winner of the event, but Alexandra Kosteniuk is on 5 points at the minute. And with a victory, Harika could leapfrog over Alexandra Kosteniuk to take a share, at least, of the $40,000 second prize. And if she wins it and she's in clear second, that's it. It's all for her.
The fight for clear second, or fight for second, is flaring anew. I wanted to turn our attention to Alice Lee, because there was a moment where
Nazi was very confident about Alice's calculating ability,
yes.
and, well, her confidence was
rewarded.
Definitely rewarded.
King e8, a critical moment here for Alice Lee with this move c4, c5. It actually turns out there's one move and one move only for black to keep the balance, and that move was king e8, and that move was played by Alice Lee. Was it played quickly, by the way?
No, she took some pause.
She did, because she recognized, wait a minute, we need to just be sure.
And then we were looking at this king and pawn ending after rook takes rook. Check. Because you have to go into it, because once you step back with the rook e6.
And then it turns out that white has two ways of losing the game on the spot. One of them is to play king c4, another one of them is to play king b4, king d4. Turns out, according to our chess engine, king b4.
Can we look at why king to d4 is losing? Is it just, it's just because you have a free hand to advance your queenside pawns. It's as easy as that.
Yeah.
So you have to go.
I can't believe that such a sophisticated lady as yourself would ask me that question. I will turn to Nazi, and I will let Nazi answer why king d4 is the wrong way to go.
After king d4, king e6.
Yes.
So I think black can keep the pressure on for a long time, and then force you basically to take on b6, and that's how you lose. So you will run out of moves.
Okay, and if once the king goes to b4, can we go there?
And try to figure out why that is the
And now
even
if black goes king
to
e6, but by the way,
Marking
king
time.
b4 is
Okay,
not...
this is already very scary. White has only one move that's not losing here, and it's a4. It's impossible to know, right? Because it all should be equal.
Okay,
It's not.
a4,
A4
king
is the only move.
e7?
King e7.
What the heck?
Now everything seems to be a draw. f4, g4, or king c4.
Wait, yes.
I was just trying to understand why
A4
why
is
the
necessary?
because there's a b. If
It has
you
to
go
be
king
b5, right?
c4,
It's the b5 move.
It's
Because
the
now
b5.
if you go king a5, king d5, take on c6 first. And that's winning.
So would you say that this winning attempt by Anna was impractical?
oh, by far. Oh,
She should have
definitely
just...
yes. Just gone with the repetition with the
repetition.
rooks going back and forth.
Well, she can still keep the rooks on the board, right? She can take now and then just move the rook. And this way, she actually still has some chances because black has to be a little bit careful here.
Why? Because after rook e1,
Let's say rook e1, king b2 is a very strong move and white is much better.
then I have to go back. So okay, so rook to e5. So rook e5.
Only
so,
good move, yes.
And then
Then white loses the c6 pawn,
Right.
and then white's the one who is drawing, playing for a draw.
yes.
Yeah, but it's still a
But
draw.
you can go
of course.
c7, right?
Yes, e7.
Oh, I
would
can
check.
take b6. Okay,
Yes.
I'm not staying down a pawn. Then
No.
it's a simple draw.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, maybe this is the best
Oof.
for Anna because
Wow.
the king and pawn ending looked scary.
Definitely. Well, especially when you get to those situations where you're sitting there saying, king b4 only move, a4 only move. I mean, wait a minute.
Yeah,
You know,
this is not a
give
winning
me a
attempt.
situation where, I'm allowed to make, a little slip up every now and then. And then we see Alice Lee, who, by the way, comes into this round with a 50% score. She's done the best of all of the American players. And she's sitting here saying, okay, if I can hold this game, I will have held a 50% score against some of the very best lady players in the world. Anna seems to be looking,
Yeah, she seems to be in calculation mode.
and just
Rook e5.
Yeah, we're looking at the move rook d6 for Anna here. Rook d6. Just a second. I'm still, frankly, I'm still trying to come to terms with this ending. Yeah, rook e5 does look right. Rook e6. Pardon me, c7. Oof, that's an easy one to miss.
That is a
Oh
very
my
easy
goodness.
one to miss.
I'm ready to promote, and you can't bring your king. Oh dear.
Wow.
That's horrifying.
Well, still tricks and traps apparent on the board. Well, we're going to leave you on a bit of a cliffhanger here. But before we go into a break, let's take a look at the Cairns Cup trophy. And here you can see it's already been engraved with 3 names. Valentina Gunina, who won it in 2019, Humpy Canary, who won it in 2020, and in 2023, it was Anna Zatonskih that
Shook the
rocked
world.
the world.
Yes.
Absolutely. The bottom seed got her fairy tale. So we're going to see you after the break.
The best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back. It's the last round at the Cairns Cup, and during the break we actually had a second game finish. So let's check out the standings. We see Zhongyi. Well, she is the Cairns Cup winner with 6 points out of 9. But Alexandra Kosteniuk, with her draw, is there on 5 points. We are just wondering.
Joined now by Harika, who just drew her game
against Elisabeth Paehtz.
And Harika will have 5 points. Elizabeth will finish the competition with 3.5 points.
Yes. And the big race is on for any of those players with 4.5 points. Can they win their games in order to leapfrog over Alexandra Kosteniuk and now Harika? Well,
let's just see how the game did finish, because after Elizabeth's King D2, King D6, Rook H6, King C3, there was a simple repetition. This was a game that I thought Harika really had the upper hand. Maybe
and I
she
think
didn't lose.
she will feel disappointed. And actually, we're going to see another result between Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze. Let's put up the board.
2 versus 2 on the king's side.
2 versus 2 against the king's side. Nothing to be done there. So
looks
another
like
set of players on 5 points.
Who couldn't get that must-win when they needed it most. And I'm just going through how these ladies achieved the current position. And again, they are zipping their way to a score of 5 out of 9. And again, we're seeing a massive logjam at
5 points.
5 points and second place. For Alexandra Kosteniuk, I think she's going to be very, very happy, because she could have easily been leapfrogged by quite a number of players, and her prize fund would have diminished considerably, which leaves one Anna
Muzychuk
as a possibility. And what do you have for us? We're expecting probably a repetition, so we won't go away, because a handshake is almost an inevitability at this point.
And
check.
The players
King
are
E2,
just repeating the
check.
moves.
Action, and it might be ice cream time. I'm told. My top agents have informed me that Manhattan ice cream is the way to go on this one.
Well, I'm sure the lady herself will be enjoying that later tonight. Because
I think they've repeated 4 times, but neither.
Just to be sure, to be sure, to be sure.
Isn't it the case that if you repeat 5 times,
what is
no, maybe it's not true.
No, I'm not sure
Okay,
when
well,
the arbiter...
the arbiter has been called. Well, and both players halving the points, so that means there are now 4 players on 5 points. Will Anna Muzychuk join them, or will she manage to, with a win, leapfrog?
And while we were on our break, it was just one of those things that it occurs to me, like Anna Muzychuk, when she got the position with a rook on d7, and you're thinking to yourself, because you asked me, was she being impractical? And I'm thinking, no, of course not. She's such a strong player. She's a grandmaster. She's not going to go into a position which could conceivably turn against her. So what did she have in mind? Of course, she wants to play rook to b7. Rook to b7 with the idea of rook takes and rook to d8 check. Pay attention. King d8, rook takes, and Alice played rook e2, but Anna won a pawn. Or did she?
Yeah, these last 2 moves by Alice were the only moves. Everything else was just losing. So talk about having confidence in Alice's accurate play.
Right.
So after rook b7, like you mentioned, rook b8 is a checkmate threat, so king d8 only move. And now this is a bit more surprising that rook e2 is the only move. Because if you start... Oh, I guess you can start with king c7 and just give you a check. So you have to free your rook and go after some of the pawns. So it's still a draw. Yes, Anna has an extra pawn, but that pawn is not enough to win this. If you take another one, I'll take on f2.
And that won't be a problem.
Let's say rook a7, I'll take another one. So black will pick up most of these pawns. Rook f7, rook g3, and yeah, black king is perfectly placed, so close to both of these pawns that this is a draw. And she doesn't have to make the only moves anymore. It's a draw in many different ways.
Right.
But isn't this a bit complicated?
This one?
Yeah, I know the engine is saying 0, 0, 0, but it looks so bad for black.
If you want, go back 2-ply, just 2-ply. This moment, after rook takes f7, if you don't mind, I'll take on a2.
a2.
Yes.
Then that clarifies it, because I will trade, and I'll take on g3. Yeah, that clarifies it right away. And then my king is on c8.
But it wasn't necessary to take on
f7?
f7, yeah. Let's run.
a4?
a4, yeah.
a4. Okay. a4, take...
King up.
King up, and rook down. To give you checks from...
Okay, now I can take on f7.
Okay. So you can still get this position where you have these 2 pawns and black has the 2 g pawns. King c8.
Take on... Yep.
Ooh, we might have that rook ending with a and c pawns. That's a draw.
Exactly. That one, well, I mean, hey, look, I'm playing for 2 results.
Do you have to take that pawn on g6? I feel like it's dead wood. I would like...
King b5?
Yeah, king b5.
Okay, check.
Oops, that wasn't a check.
And now king... Yeah, I kind of want to take that pawn back from c6 and put it on c5. And look at king a6.
Yeah, because king a6 and I'll force you to come back. Now you take?
Yeah, but the king will
King
step
c7,
up.
yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. But Anna will
Technical
try.
ending. Why not? For sure she will try, as she will be playing for 2 results in that game. And of course, if she wins, she leapfrogs everybody, including her own sister, to snag the very big second prize of $40,000. I'm going to turn our attention to the game between the 2 American rivals, Irina Krush and Anna Zatonskih. Now, when we left it, well, I'm not sure exactly when we left it, there was this big fight in the center over outpost. b7, b5, takes, h3. Okay, I'm just wondering who's playing for advantage here. h3. Takes, rook d5. And my sudden thought is black is for choice. I like these active major pieces, and for the moment, a2 and b3 are stuck. going nowhere. Queen f4.
That looks nice. You got the idea of going queen f6.
Queen f6 looks okay. How would I want to do this? So I want to play rook to d2 so I can go queen to b7. I was looking at rook to d2, rook f1, queen b7. I thought, looky, aren't I clever? I'm attacking 2 pawns at once, but rook d2 would hang my rook. Not a good idea. Hence, queen d7?
Okay.
With the idea of rook d2? I mean, I really suspect this is so much more of a draw, but...
Queen f6, anyhow.
Queen, you like posting up. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm dreaming of queen to b7, coordinating attack against the g2 pawn.
And if I go rook f1?
Okay, as advertised. Or should I take a pawn now?
Yes.
I'm greedy. I'll take a pawn.
Yeah, I just lost material for nothing. Okay, so let me not post up to f6. Let me go rook to d2.
Rook to e2.
Sorry, e2, yeah.
Again, I think, I'm telling you, you don't practice your coordinates.
Actually, it's something I've always struggled with, because, funnily enough,
on your score sheets,
yeah, when I was a kid, the very first type of notation I learned was descriptive.
Exactly, me too. Pawn to king 4, pawn to king 4.
Pawn to king 5.
Yes.
And it wasn't
easy
for
to
a
make
good
that
few,
algebraic.
Yeah, good few years. And also somehow I read numbers a little bit wrong.
Okay.
So it's one of those things that just
I think we have rook e2. Oh, sorry, that's us playing. So our analysis is after the move queen f4. I can easily imagine a5 is a good move for Irina. Just, again, the minority attack, or rather this desire to restrain the queen side. I also like this idea of queen to d7 with the idea of rook to d2 and queen to d5.
And if I go rook c1?
Rook c1, good move. And...
if you put your rook on d2, can you see what I'm going for? Rook c8.
Rook c8 check. Now queen c8 would just be a trade, right?
Yes.
So king h7, yay, I'm a hero, I'm playing for a win.
And?
Rook f8?
Yeah, rook f8.
And I'm not much of a hero.
And now I move the rook out of dodge.
Out of dodge.
Yeah, to that, exactly.
And now I am facing
problems.
the music, so check, and I better cover. This is not exactly what I wanted when I was playing queen d7 and rook d2. My pieces are not coordinating, and your e-pawn is giving you leverage over my position. You've got queen f6 on your agenda that I have to be particularly attentive. We think this one is an inevitable draw, or even, if you will, and this final round, the players are fighting hard, but that margin of draw is too high. Queen a5 by Irina. The moment I left the game, she made an interesting move, and now I have to go back and have a look-see. Queen
a5, keeping contact with the e5 pawn,
the a2 pawn, and the e1 rook.
And the rook, yeah. Okay, so for me, I would be like...
That's quite the billiard shot.
It is. I would just go rook f1. That's what I would play.
Rook f1? Not keeping contact with the a2 pawn, the e5 pawn, and the e1
but
rook.
you have to let go, because something has to come back.
Okay.
And then, so I'm guessing that her plan is maybe queen c7.
Queen c7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that way she has control.
Oops, excuse me.
Over both the e5 pawn and the c line.
And the c line. I wasn't 100% sure about the c line, but yeah. At a certain moment, I do feel that I'm tied down to the e5 pawn, and I'll probably be bringing my rook right back to e1.
Okay. Yeah, you have to put your rook back to e1. Okay, so after queen a5, interesting. Rook to e2.
Yes, exactly. That was
Keep
the
it
move.
all connected.
Exactly. The one other thing that I didn't like about the variation we just looked at, rook f1, I hate giving my opponent options. You know, you always want to keep your opponent restrained. So in a position like this, I wouldn't want to give my opponent the option of playing f5. I'm not saying that it's a good move, but just the fact that the pawn's pinned, and, you know, on a good day, it might be nice not to have the backward pawn on f7, but to, you know, to have the pawn on f5. I wouldn't want to give my opponent this option, and therefore, I think Anna made the right decision on her last turn with the move rook e2.
Yep. And, well, when it comes to clock times, Irina, she's around about 19 minutes, whereas Anna has 12 and just under 30 seconds.
You know, I'm sorry to say that if I was playing an opponent like Anna Zatonskih, like a Ray Robson, I know that regardless of the position we get, whether it be a safe, sound, easy playable position or an absolutely complicated mess, they're going to be playing in time trouble. You know, I am one of those players who say, that's your weakness, I'm going to take advantage of it, and I'll play these long games.
Yes,
so,
but I feel like Irina's move, queen a5, is very clever because ultimately she probably wants to go queen c7. So in fact rook e2 was played, queen c7.
And just say, okay.
And just say, okay, fine. Keep an eye on the e5 pawn.
Right. In this case, because I've got the second rank kind of secured, I'm not worried about rook to d2. You were posting up on me.
Right, I was, but here you still have to be careful. So now I can play queen c5.
Queen c5, and okay, you're.
Yeah, as long as I keep that connection with the e5 pawn, I'm going to be very annoying.
Even without the connection with the e5 pawn, I found your moves troublesome. Nettlesome. That's what they said about Magnus Carlsen. You know, he's nettlesome. He finds these little stabbing moves. I've got this move, rook f2. So something has to come back.
Let's dash over to the game between Anna Muzychuk against Alice Lee.
Because that was that rook ending?
Suddenly we saw a sharp increase in White's chances, and with a victory, Anna Muzychuk would leapfrog over the crowd and get 5.5 points and clear second. So Alice just played rook f6, the evaluation bar shot up.
Whoa.
It's a bad move, it's a blunder. Well, not a blunder in the sense that
loses the game.
Loses the game, but it's a mistake, yes.
In the sense that it gives White more chances than she deserved.
She should have just taken the pawn on g2, that was...
Just what we were looking at. Rook takes g2, rook takes a2, rook takes...
Absolutely. Now after rook f6, Anna can play king b4, just go up. Maybe on your board, Yasser?
Yes, king to b4, okay. And of course, Alice's plan was to take the pawn.
Rook f7.
And doubtlessly, her plan was to play rook a6. Oh, not rook a6, rook
c2.
c2.
Okay, a4.
Yes, to take some pawns. Take another pawn.
And now I have rook f3. So I keep the g pawn and I can put my rook behind the pawn later on.
Very nice.
But isn't Black's king close enough?
That was my question. I mean...
Computer says this is completely lost, but...
Wow.
Not
lost?
For Black, yeah.
That is not intuitively obvious.
+3 after king c5.
Oh.
King
I think
c5.
she knows that she just made a mistake.
Oh, the king runs the other direction.
So unexpected.
It's like a feint, isn't it?
Yeah.
You think that all the action is happening on the left.
I'm still confused. King b7.
Okay, run with it.
King b7?
King b7, you just go king...
King where?
d5.
King to d5?
Yeah.
Okay, king a6. I'll go... Oh, you're going to go king e6.
Yeah, so maybe you need to cut both pawns.
And just go and take the pawns. Oh, that's a realization.
I know.
Kind of a... And my king will be way over there on the queen side by the time that you've munched all my material.
Yeah, I don't think either players have realized yet that now White has a very good chance.
What a sudden shock it is that...
Maybe you should cut off Black's king first, rook d3.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure. Yeah.
Or even earlier, rook c3.
Yes.
But as Black, can you cut off the White king? Does your rook have to be posted on g2? We were looking at this game. Yeah, rook c2, a4,
rook takes, and now
rook f3.
So you're saying, okay, let's cut off the White king, so you can't make a beeline to the king side. Alice getting up from the board and just like, oh boy.
Then rook d3 check, and you can't come to the c file.
Right.
You have to go to e7. Now your king is completely cut off, and now I will push the a-pawn.
And you will get your rook behind, and that's the diff.
So some tomfoolery going on.
Truly.
Rook f3 move. Oh, that would, if Anna finds it, be cold shower for Alice.
Truly. But one of the things about these rook endings, like we're trained to just chop, because we know that whenever we get to, you have an extra pawn, a rook an extra pawn, but my king is in front of it.
Should be
easy draw. So the idea of capturing should be, just absolutely second nature. Just keep taking the pawns, as many as you can, and again, so long as your king is in front of the pawn, you will make a draw.
Yes.
Wow. But that is a kind of a hidden motif that, oops, that wasn't the move. This very nice idea of defending the pawn, because again, we're thinking chop. We're always calculating these captures, but don't take, and the difference is the pawns are doubled. If the pawns were h6 and g6,
really easy draw.
Easy draw. Wow. A big moment here for Anna.
A rook f3 move is potentially worth $20,000. Because she would
help me on my maths.
Right?
What would it be worth? It would be worth a lot, $20,000. Wow.
Yeah, because there are 4 players currently on 5 points, and they would be, as they stand, they're sharing second place, third place. Let's have a look at the current standings. Zhongyi, she is the winner of the event with 6 points, but there is a log jam. In second place, Alexandra Kosteniuk, Harika Dronavalli, Nana Dzagnidze, and Mariya Muzychuk, all sharing current second place with 5 points. But look who's lurking there, Anna Muzychuk with 4.5 points. And if she wins, she is gonna be leaping over the pack and taking that sole second prize.
Mariya said when, if she can't win the tournament, she's rooting for her sister. Let's see how hard she's rooting for her sister in this one, as Anna has been gifted a fabulous opportunity by Alice Lee to go rook takes f7 and rook f3. And do you think Alice has that awareness that king b4, rook takes c6, rook takes f7?
Well, Anna has, because I've noticed something in all my years of commentary. It's like the body is telling you that something is wrong. And this is almost always like the moment people like hesitate. And it's like the mind is working subconsciously, going, it's a mistake. Right. and then they play something else, and Yeah,
I think there's a sixth sense. There really is. It's truly, I remember this here in St. Louis. I was so joyful. I got the opportunity to do something I always wanted, which was play a match with Anatoly Karpov. It wasn't for the World Championship. Disappointing, of course. But it was a match that the St. Louis Chess Club organized for us to play classical, rapid, and blitz together. And it was great. And I had prepared this marvelous pawn sacrifice that the chess engines had just pre-approved, if you will. And I had worked really hard on this particular pawn sacrifice in a line that was a favorite of Anatoly. He went right and stopped. He stopped. It was like the sixth sense. Something was wrong.
Yeah.
He sensed something was wrong, and he deviated after like a 15-minute thought.
Yeah.
And a year later, Alexei Shirov played the pawn sacrifice and won one of the most magnificent games of his career. Like, no, not again. And Seppuku was necessary. He's like, no, don't. Hated that.
But one of the things, like I've also noticed, is that the crowd also can intuit when something is wrong as well.
There's a restlessness suddenly.
There's
stirs.
suddenly like a disturbance in the force, because
Right.
I went to a chess boxing event in London.
Okay.
And it was one of the most primal experiences I've ever had with chess. I mean, the crowd could barely make the moves. I mean, they didn't understand chess,
Right.
but they would
Knock
chant
'em.
chess, chess, chess.
Right.
And whenever a boxer or a chess boxer would make a mistake on the board, the whole crowd went, ooh. And I found that really, really interesting, because the announcers at that time, they weren't actually saying this is a mistake. It was just the crowd was like, oh, this is a moment. And
Right. That was an alert.
Exactly.
An alert. And in the old Yugoslavian days, old days of Yugoslavia, by the way, a missed opportunity here, probably with this rook check
Does
by
it
Anna.
change that much?
I don't know. I just wanted to say, just to finish the thought quickly, but in Yugoslavia, I was played in these tournaments with Svetozar Gligoric, and the Yugoslav audience was incredible. They were really, 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 really strong. And whenever the board boy makes the wrong move, oh, they were whistling. That's illegal. You can't play that, boy. They were like, wow. And when Gligoric won the game, they just applauded, and the arbiters would come, silence, silence, silence. No, you couldn't restrain the Yugoslav audience. Rook d7 check. Missed opportunity. Nasi, jump in on this one. Rook d7 check. We thought king b4 was the way to go. Does this change anything?
Yeah, the win is gone. Not necessarily the win, but the advantage is completely gone after rook d7.
Why? King, what should...
King has to go, question, which direction, right? If king goes to c8, then white still keeps the winning chances after king b4.
Right, that's just a transposition.
But king e8.
Defends the f7 pawn.
Yes, and now it's a draw again.
Wow, but it's not natural either, because after king b4.
Here?
So yeah, king
And
b4.
then,
Yeah, and then rook takes pawn.
Now I attack.
And now rook back to d2, and you're thinking, well, a4 is coming, the king is cut off from the action.
But if you win my rook, long way down the line, doesn't the black king also win g3?
Wins g3 and then this pawns.
Will it? I'm not sure I'm going to allow you. Okay, a4.
Let's go.
a4.
King.
Rook c1.
Okay, already getting behind.
Yeah.
Okay, I think what we're trying to do with white is to go a5, king to b5,
Yeah.
put our rook onto d4, and then
So
stop
I'm
the
giving you a
king
check,
from...
king b5, and
Yes.
then I'll give you another check, king a6 and king e6.
Okay,
King
so...
a7, right?
Yeah.
g5, a6,
a6.
g4.
Can I?
Wow. Please, jump in.
Yeah, can I just go back a few moves earlier? Because I would actually like to put my rook on b2. Is that possible in any universe?
Maybe just here.
Like here,
Right.
yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Rook b, but then my king can come here, just in front, not e6. King d7 and...
So the rook was on d2 to stop the king from getting to a8, right? That's clear. So that was why we were advancing our pawn, but also kind of advancing our king, which was a little bit strange, putting our king in front of the pawn. So again, a moment of truth for Alice, and you're saying king e8
is
the right move.
King c8
is the wrong move.
It's the wrong direction.
Wow. And again, from Anna's point of view, I can understand why she liked this idea of rook to d7, because she's going to lose the c6 pawn. But now, again, having cut the black king away from the promotion square, in her mind's eye, she's thinking, I've got this. I'm going to play a4, a5, run with my king.
Well, again, I think if Anna didn't have double pawns, then this could be winning for white.
Okay.
But because of those pawns, yeah.
But you didn't really show us exactly why the double pawns were a handicap in this case.
We stopped here.
Okay, so we'll do it once more. Rook c1.
It's on my board, so I can just continue.
Please.
So let's say king a8. Okay, this is very strange. Black's not pushing any pawns. Okay, it's fine. f5, e7. I wish I could see more than 3 lines because it gives me top moves are so unnatural.
Okay, g5 is the top
king
move?
e5.
Okay. Now it's time to win the rook. I have to go
rook
rook
b7.
Yeah.
And then rook b3. So I'm going to pick up at least 1 pawn before you promote.
Right, okay, so I have to go rook to the 7. Yeah,
b7,
you take.
rook g3, king b8, only move, promote, trade, and
Yum.
let's see. Yeah, king f4 or g5, both are
sufficient.
Sufficient, yes.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oof.
Rook g7, king g3, right?
Yeah.
Rook g5. Yeah, of course, this is easy draw.
Easy draw.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, hang on a second. Alice has played her king to c8.
That's a bad move.
Because we know it's a bad move because of king to b4. Rook takes. This is they're now back into that land of ours where we played rook to f3. Remember that really
A4.
nice a4. Rook takes, rook to f3.
Okay, well, Anna
to
stepped
d4.
with her king to the middle.
King c8.
Also a mistake.
A mistake?
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't that transpose?
Well,
My
it's not
goodness.
as accurate as king before. But I think white still has good chances. But it's a different plan. She's directly going after the g-pawns. So line would be rook c6, rook f7, and then king e5.
Okay.
Okay, you've got to take.
Yeah, maybe rook f2 and then king e5. I don't know. At the end, at the beginning, it said white's still winning, but then when I made the moves, it disappeared. So yeah, king d4 looks like a mistake. Because I think both players missed that rook f3 idea. It's not easy to spot at all.
Absolutely. But again, let's imagine what's going on in Anna's mind. She just played the move king d4. She's expecting that her young opponent, Alice Lee, will capture. Rook would capture, and the correct
a6?
Rook a6 is the correct move. Why aren't we just munching? Takes.
So after rook g7,
Yes.
king d8.
I noticed you didn't go rook a2, because that would be winning. Rook a2, rook takes g6 would be winning, because Anna can foresee that her king would get to the magical square f6. But king d8, king e5, king to e8.
Actually, after king e5, most accurate move is g5.
Wow.
Rook g5, king e7.
And there we go, rook takes c6, and the players are catching up with us. And we are expecting, after rook takes f7, rook
Well,
a6.
she's gone rook c2.
Oh, now it's completely losing. +4 for white after rook g7.
No, I was going to say, isn't this the rook f3 variation?
No, because we would lose the pawn here.
No, I go a4.
We're tempo behind, but just take g7 and g6 now.
Take g6. Oh, yes, because when we were on a6,
Okay, rook
you were
takes
going to play
a2.
king.
And actually start with king e5. That's the only winning move.
Okay.
She took on g7.
And now she needs to pause and not take on g6. King e5 is winning the game.
King e5. This is the key moment.
And look.
And she's pausing.
She's pausing.
Again, it's the sixth sense. I don't know if it's innate or it's just the training and the, you're in that cauldron of competition where you just sense that this is a key moment. Rook takes g6 is drawing, and that is because Black's king is giving the time to get in front, essentially. And king e5 is winning because, please, Nasi, show our audience why.
Just wanted to draw attention to Alice's body language. I don't think she
she thinks she's got this as a draw.
Yeah, because she's calculated in her mind just those captures.
Yes, take, because that's the training that we have is, okay, so take me through it. If I capture, rook takes g6, you're not going to take on g2, right,
King
Jovi?
d7.
King to d7.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Cheesy, but true.
You're killing me. What was that again?
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Teamwork makes
you've
the
never heard that.
dream.
It's a very
work.
common phrase.
But it's so relevant in
what
games.
Culture? According to whose movie?
She's found King E5. Oh, we've got to see Alice's expression because
this could be.
This is it, guys.
It's
King
plus
D-
5.
It's
What?
and with a victory, she will leapfrog over
Hold
the
on.
crowd.
We're jumping ahead of ourselves here. So King E5, congratulations. I get it. You want to go King F6 and you want to play Rook takes. But I'm not going to allow you to do that. I will defend my pawn.
Yeah, but the king will
Heroically.
King F4, I can go around.
Yes. Can't I get my king in this case?
King G5. It's just slow.
Rook G6 and Rook, I don't know, Rook A3?
Yeah.
King H6.
King H6. So, okay, so Rook A2, King H6, King F7.
Well, if you go rook that way, I can cut your king off. Rook F6.
And
It still works. King F7 and then just G4 and it's winning.
Okay,
wow.
we have different
But
positions.
I like this. I like
No,
what
not
you're
here.
saying.
Rook A2, King H6. You
Yeah.
can allow King F7. It's still winning.
Because you said G4.
Rook G2, G4. Or, yeah. G4, Rook G2, check,
Yep.
and then G5.
And it's winning. Your king is getting to the
This
desired.
looks like a draw, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if the
Jeez.
black king were on G8,
Right? Every time you're in front.
it would be a complete draw. You could even live with your rook on A8 and your king on G8. No way to break through that.
Boy, I must say that Anna has saved her best for last, because it was in these championships rounds 8 and 9 that she was having a quiet tournament, and suddenly she hit the kill switch.
Yep.
And whoa.
She had 7 draws.
Yes.
Yeah, she had 7 draws
That's what
and
I'm
then
saying.
2 victories. But it's
Yeah.
been a very successful month for her. You know, she came second in Norway chess.
Yes.
She's coming second here if she manages to
big
win
money events,
this
too.
game against Anna. And
Wow.
it's just incredible.
Good for her. Very, very good for her, but not so good for Alice. It's hard for me to tell every time I look at Alice's body language. You think Alice still thinks it's a draw? Or do you think that that's a
think so.
worried
That's the
expression?
position we have on the board. Even that looks like a draw.
Right. But after this move, King E5, okay, I tried Rook A6. That got me laughter and ridicule and everything else. King D8, go ahead. You were supposed to kill me, and then we got sidetracked. How were you
But
killing me? You were
but
going
okay,
King
Rook-
F6?
Could you? Yes, you have to go King F6.
Makes sense. Can I go King F8?
Check.
Check. Yeah.
Check on G8.
G8, and your king has been driven.
And King G6.
And now you've got King G6. And again, you've got to set up where my king is not in front, and you are going to nursemaid your pawn up the board. Makes sense.
And this is the Lucina position, right?
I think that was when we had somehow we have the rook cut off, that the king was
Well,
in
the
front.
king is going to eventually find herself on G7. Then
Exactly. And then, yeah, you build the bridge.
Yeah.
You build the bridge.
I mean, one of my friends gave me a really good tip about these kind of endgame positions you need to know.
Yes.
Is it really helps with your calculation. He said if you use them as signposts, like this is a way to win, this is a way to hold the position, so you don't have to calculate as much.
That's right. You just have this picture. Wins, draws, wins, draws, and away you go. Victor Korchnoi the same. He had that, and Victor Korchnoi is magnus opus was his rook and pawn ending, which was just a fabulous work. He just poured his heart and soul into that work. We've lost a little bit of the connection between Anna and Irina. I'm just going to just flash in for a moment, because somehow there was a black queen on A5 and it's made an appearance on A1. Let me just catch up with the players. Okay, so the queen did get to C7, and it's clear at this point that Irina is trying, let's put it that way. She's the one in the catbird seat. Rook to D4. Okay, speaking for Irina, I think what she's trying to say is, I like to flush the white king out of its lair on H2.
She goes queen F6.
A post up, and very quickly, queen to C1.
With the idea of going maybe rook F4.
So this, for me, I wouldn't hesitate in this case. I'd cover the F4 square, but more importantly, I'd be happy to threaten to womp on this pawn on F7.
But then the rook just goes back?
Or the queen. Because if the queen goes back, it's a kind of like I'm in a pin. Okay, but what would you like, Jovi? I'm sorry, you wanted to go back with the rook, yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted to have some.
And I would probably come back with the queen. I mean, I can't really do any damage.
Okay, she comes back with the queen.
Queen C7, not the rook, queen. Queen to C7. Sorry, we will keep an eye on this one as we have toing and froing, but we've got to go back to the game of Anna and Alice Lee, because after this move, King E5, certain awarenesses are sinking in for Alice. And is that 1 minute and 20 seconds?
No, she's got 11 minutes and 20 seconds.
Gotcha.
And Anna has 10 minutes and 12 seconds. And maybe the best defense is to go rook A6.
I
mean, everything else
is too easy.
Exactly. So rook A6.
Maybe the best chance.
Okay, and maybe
but it's not going to save the game, though.
Right. Maybe we can just repeat.
Let's take a look at
the
what
moves,
we had. Rook
because
A6.
we want to know how narrow is the path for white to win.
So we want to go King G5 and win the pawn.
Okay, so run with the king.
Okay, King to D8. King to
Okay, run with the king again. And this was this.
It wasn't very narrow, because I get my king to H6, and then my G4, rook to, and G5, and I get my king to G6. And that was pretty darn straightforward, actually.
Okay, and if you don't take the pawn, if you go rook A1.
Rook A1, why would that make a terrible difference? I'm not sure.
I'm trying to
so you
give
want
a
to
check.
check me. Okay, fair. And try to keep me out as well. Here, I really, really don't want to see your king ever arriving on the G8 square, so I would be most tempted to cut you off.
Yeah, no, we've been here before.
Exactly, and G4 is next, and put my rook back, I don't care, on F3 and F2, and slowly nursemaid my pawn up the board. If your king was on G8, I would say, okay, then you get, let's say, in a position, but the king on E8, you're just cut off. Oh my gosh, and with this victory, clear second, $40,000. Who was saying it was a $20,000 swing?
Nazi.
If she had made a draw, if Anna had made a draw, then there would have been a five-way tie for second, third, fourth, fifth.
That was just a rough estimate.
Okay.
I didn't actually do the math.
Okay, but close enough.
Yeah.
All of the ladies at the hotel are saying, "Come on, Alice."
It's surprising that everyone who had a chance to get to the second place drew their game today.
Drew their games and opened up an opportunity for Anna to grab the lion's share of the prize fund, along with our champion, hand.
You know, 4 or 5 players might share the third place instead.
Yes, precisely.
So maybe Alice knows now she's in trouble. She's taking her time.
And I'm really kind of curious what it was that Alice thought she missed. This was the key moment when it went wrong. So
Well, a
the
bit
point
earlier.
was, yeah,
Here
the
it's
point
already
was,
bad.
well, wasn't Rook A6 still drawing?
No, Rook G7
And now we move our king.
and King E5. It was still lost here.
It was still.
The king needed to go the other direction.
No, you're right. You're right. Rook A6. Then White had to play Rook F2 and try something else.
Yeah, this was her last chance, best chance. It was the move Rook C, and the whole idea was that when the Rook is on A6, temporarily holding the G6 pawn, we got a chance to bring our king to the king side. In the game variation, the king, the Rook caught this pawn, but where king is not getting to G8, as we've been witnessing.
And Alice now down to 7 minutes and 20 as she takes a big think. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late because she made some of those moves quite automatically.
Yes, she did. Thinking that they were natural and best and forced, and they were not forced. King E5 on the board, and again, clock time's not a big factor yet. And in our other game, I see that Irina has just played the move H5, H4, indicating to me that, well, Anna Zatonskih's king is not that comfy anymore.
Yes, but I tell you, Irina's king is not that comfortable either.
Right.
Because now, I tell you, there are some drawing ideas with the white rook sacrificing itself, acting as a decoy. Because if the white queen were to go to D8, then there is, what would you call this type of check-in maneuver? Just a perpetual check. Yeah, there's just no way to escape from those checks.
Exactly. Exactly. Perpetual mechanism, perpetual check. But Anna Zatonskih down to 2 minutes. Her habitual time pressure, 7 minutes for Irina. But does Irina have a way of, I don't know, getting to White's king? That queen on F6. How do we kick it out?
No, I tell you,
It's not easy.
I have had experience with the queen
We all
landing
have.
on
Trust-
F6, and
trust me, we all
I
have.
haven't been able to kick it out. In fact, my opponent even blundered a piece, but because this queen was beautifully placed on F6.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll still keep an eye on that. For me, I've got my eyes peeled to the game between Anna and Alice Lee, as Alice clock is ticking down. The battle for second place is raging, and Anna, with a victory, could leapfrog 4 of her rivals, come out of a chasing pack, and to grab second prize. King F6, and what we're seeing is that Black's king and rook, it's just going to keep the Black king at bay. Rook takes G2, Rook takes G6, and this is what we've been prophesizing. King over, and the king gets in front so that Black's king will not be able to save the day. King D7, by the way, on the board. Let me just refresh. And immediately King F6. Anna knows her stuff. She's going to play G4, G5, rook checks, and G6 and nursemaid. And again, if the king were on F8, we'd have a draw. But the moment you go King E8, she's going to get her king chased back.
Yeah,
So
this is such an important point.
So to make life difficult, well, as difficult as possible, we're going to play rook check, right?
King.
If you step in front.
Yeah, and if you try to join in the fun with the king, you know, you got to be careful. Like,
sorry.
so
what
if you
did
go king to, so go king G7.
Yes.
So any king e8 is going to be a bad move because rook to e6.
That's
and
clear.
The rook cuts off the king, so you have to go king e7.
Okay. And I wasn't...
G4 maybe?
Should we... Okay, G4, fair move.
Yeah, rook g4.
Rook g4, g5.
I wasn't sure about
king
this,
f6.
but wait 1 second.
Because we're going to go rook check.
Maybe I would like to put my rook behind the passed pawn.
Rook f2,
King g7.
Okay, just a second. I'm going to refresh my board.
But I like this plan
King
of just
e7.
going rook g4.
Now.
Yeah, unless there's some checks by the side.
So rook g4. Let's just have a look-see. Check. I think this is pretty safe and simple. Say king g8. Again, I'm
So
controlling
actually,
the
rook g4 is a draw.
What?
What?
But almost every other move is winning.
G4. Just
Yeah, g4 is good.
G4 is one of those winning moves. That was funny. You're going to have to explain to us why rook g4.
It was the side checks, yeah, rook f7 and
Rook f7 checks. But g4, rook check. I thought I was just going to play king to g8, but maybe I've
King
got the...
anywhere is winning.
Even anywhere.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because I've always thought, control the promotion square. Can't go wrong. It's got to be good. Control the promotion
You
square.
just hide your king out on h6.
Yes, eventually.
What's strange is that even king h6 is winning, allowing king f8.
Which is something I would instinctively not want to allow.
Of course.
But after
Then rook
king...
a6.
And I get checked away.
Actually, let's say rook drops down to f2 or something.
Yeah.
And then g5.
And you still have...
It's just winning.
Gotcha. Just winning. There you go. Simple. Wow.
Yeah.
I tell you, these championship rounds, winning the last 2 rounds, whatever Anna thought about this tournament before these last 2 days, that's all been forgotten. What she will remember.
It certainly is true, and it's not how you start, it's how you finished. Anna had a very solid event, 7 draws in a row.
Undefeated.
And I remember, we were looking at Ben Underwood's stats, our resident statistician, and after round 7, I think there was a 0.3% chance of her winning, and she needed all the results to go her way.
Right.
I'm sure she didn't even dream that she would win with black against Alexandra Kosteniuk and then win with white. I think she just simply thought, okay, let's play chess, see how it happens, see what happens.
But 7 draws, and so we have 3 players who will go undefeated in this event. Our tournament champion, 10, Harika, will finish at +1, I believe, and undefeated. But it will be this lady's result, Anna Muzychuk, snaring clear second with a victory over Alice Lee.
And Alice now down to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The clock is ticking down. And G4 is just a great move from Anna.
Yeah. I just think that so much about this ending is self-inflicted by Alice that when you think about that whole Petrov position after knight e5, first of all, it was not even required that you play knight takes c6, but she went into that expecting that this ending was a draw, and that move c5 and rook b7, kept asking Alice some very difficult questions. So, definitely Anna deserving of a victory in this game.
Well, she kept applying the pressure, right?
Yes,
it
that's
was
what I
the
mean.
grinder mentality.
Exactly.
She gave Alice a position where there were many chances to draw. Alice didn't find them.
Only with
then
precise
suddenly
play.
it became 3 chances, and then suddenly only 1 move to draw, and she had to put her king in the right direction.
It's the way Magnus Carlsen has become the #1 player in the world, is taking these endings where he's had a little bit of an edge, a needlesome advantage, and just kept pushing that advantage. And Alice, after the move King G8, and the funny part about this, it's just literally what Nasi said, any king move. King G8, King H8, King G8, King H8, and King H6 all actually win. My instinct would be not to allow the black king to get to G8. I would be playing King G8 and G5 myself. But
and I had a quick peek over to the game between Anna Zatonskih and Irina Krush. Literally nothing has changed except their clock times.
We haven't missed a thing yet.
No, Irina is down to 1 minute, whereas Anna has 2 minutes, but the players are just shuffling the pieces, trying to make some progress.
Okay. But I've got my eyes glued on this game. Anna Muzychuk versus Alice Lee. Second prize at stake. Ooh.
It's a lot of money.
Truly.
I mean, it really is a dream come true to have such incredible prizes. 50,000 for the winner, 40,000 for the second place, 30,000. I mean, it really, with that kind of money, you set yourself up, right?
You're supporting professional women's chess. That's just the way it is. And I remember back in 2016, I was the captain for the U.S. women's team. And in talking with the ladies, I mean, it was very, very, very clear in our conversations what was going on. They were just more opportunities, Yasser. We just need more opportunities to play and to perfect our craft. Queen C3, I see in your game. Still, it looks like the position is balanced. And I also see that your level of accuracy of the two players is extraordinarily high, 96%.
Yeah, just a hard-fought game between the pair. And here, white in the game between Anna and Alice. As both you and Nazi mentioned, the white king can go anywhere.
Explain that one to us, Nasi, because it is actually a kind of a funny moment in the sense that everything wins. I mean, and why is that once again? King H6 wins.
The only confusing one is King H6, right? Because if King goes forward, the idea is that you check me again and then I hide on H7 and use my rook to cover. But after King H6 and allowing King F8, you can simply play G5, move the rook, let's say rook drops down, rook A6.
Right.
And yeah, if you play King G8, just check, G6.
And away we go. We're pushed
King
away
E7
from
and just G7, right?
Yeah.
If you go rook H1 check, King G6.
And the king just can't go to G8 where it wants to go without getting checkmated.
Yeah.
So if king was here and rook was on the last rank, then it would be a draw. But black needs 3 tempi for that.
For that to all happen.
And I don't know which one's simpler. I think all of them easy wins.
As they lead to Rome.
King H8, yeah.
Yeah.
I think King H8 looks maybe the easiest way to win. If I went King F8, you have Rook G8 check.
And Rook G7 too.
Yeah, if I drop back, you can play G5 and yeah, then we're gonna build the bridge. Check, King G8, G1.
Can the king try to approach rather than Rook H?
She actually played King H6, the line I just showed.
Right.
And we do have a result in the game between Anna Zatonskih and Irina Krush. It finished in a draw. Very hard-fought battle between those two.
It's always the case when Irina and Anna sit down at the board. They get the full measure. And so this is our last game, the remaining game. Yeah, as Alice is looking. She calculating furiously, but can't see any way of saving it.
She's also in time trouble now. 2 minutes on her clock.
Oh boy.
I think it's very painful to play such a long game and then lose in a draw rook endgame.
Yes.
It's very painful.
Yeah, all your hard work is washed away.
But that's the nature of chess.
Cruel.
No.
Yes.
I think it balances itself out.
The injustices, nobody knows the arrows and spears that I have suffered.
I mean, we've also seen Anna fail to win her game against Harika.
Sure.
We also saw her save a draw against Nana Dzagnidze, and she's been close, she's been pushing some games, she's been resolutely. Okay, we see Rook F1 there from Anna, but I mean, we've seen her be very tenacious, holding inferior positions at the beginning.
True.
So well deserved.
Yeah, she had a spot of at the start where Anna's positions were really suspicious, but she hung in there. Okay, push the pawn.
Push the pawn. I quite like this. Rook swinging over to a6, just to get maximum checking distance.
Yeah, making room. King g7, g5. I push the pawn. The problem is that the king just does not get in front of the pawn in time, right? You just don't get to play king g8 because of rook a8, as Nasi showed us.
In the current position, even king h7 is winning.
But that's just playing with your food.
Yeah, right? One of the moves I wouldn't even be tempted to play, but king h7 is winning. That table base will
Okay, hang on a second. I can tell you the table base has got it right in front of me. So, stepping back with the king to g5, h5 will draw.
Okay.
But there we see rook to g7.
One of the many winning moves that white has, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now regardless, king f6, g5 is just, that's game over, so there's no choice. After king f8, are there any ways of course there's a way of slipping up.
Actually here, g5 is the only move that's winning.
No.
Yeah.
Rook a7, king g8.
That's the one I want. I want to try to get my king, rook a7, king g8, and then finally I'm ready to play rook check, and if I can keep my rook on the 6th rank, I've made a draw.
Position, right? Or yeah.
Yeah, Philidor position.
So she has to play g5 here.
Okay, so rook.
And she's reaching for the pawn.
She's done it. Yeah.
Yeah, g5 only move, but good enough.
Yeah.
And I can't get the Philidor position.
No. It's like you need like a multi-purpose piece, right? For the rook to go h1 and then travel on the diagonal to c6.
Yes, sir. Didn't you invent a piece that's both rook and the bishop, or rook and the knight?
No, when you think about the, rook and knight, when you think about the queen, you could say it has the powers of a rook and bishop combined. And I created an elephant, which has the powers of the rook and knight combined, and S-chess. And I've been corrupting a generation of great American juniors by teaching them S-chess. And a wonder Liang is one of my prouder moments. He's very, very good. I like to play against him and Levon, and many players actually, even Tatev has enjoyed a game or two of S-chess. Rook, pardon me, G5 has just been played. I'm looking at rook check, king. You see, the problem that Alice is having is that whenever she gets into a situation where she's ready to give a rook check on the side, her king is not on the desired g8 square. Here, rook check, you would love it if white's king were forced backwards.
Down to 12 seconds. She just throws in a check on h1.
Right. And indeed, this was the line I was just looking at. Check, king to g6. Bring the rook over. Yeah. Bring the rook over. So now the problem is the desirable king g8 and rook a6. I need to make both moves at the same time. King g8 walks into rook check. Rook check allows king to h7.
5. Okay, she just moves the rook up to h2.
At the current position, rook to h2.
But
okay,
this is
now
just an elementary.
we can go rook h7 and chase.
I-
Sorry, you wanted something else.
I just wanted to get into a position. I know the Lucina, which is just simply to go rook a7.
Followed by rook check.
Yep.
Followed by king g7.
Yep.
And then you get the bridge. Yep.
Shall we demonstrate the bridge?
I think they're going to do it for us.
Okay, yeah. They probably are.
Rook to
The rook
A7.
does move over to a7. So this is what I mean about having those basic positions as signposts. You can not necessarily go for the quickest win, but you can go for one that you know absolutely will
inside
win.
and out. So we've been talking about building a bridge for some time, and the essence of it is that we get in a position like this. Alice has just played rook. We get a position like this on my analysis board, and the moment I was about to make a demonstration, then suddenly a flurry of moves.
Yeah, but they're
And,
literally going into this line, Yasser, so
yes.
don't worry. I agree with
will
you.
get-
We will see the Lucena position being played out by these two.
Exactly. So at a certain moment, the idea is we're going to put our pawn on g6, we're going to put our king on g8, we're going to put our pawn on g7, and then whenever we move our king away, the black rook is going to harass our king. So we have to be able to handle the checks, and that's what we call building a bridge. Were you a young player when you first learned the technique of building a bridge? Who taught you that? I was very fortunate. I had a problem from a book.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I went the wrong direction. I had a choice. You know, I got into one of these elementary rook and pawn endings,
Yeah.
and instead of
You
going
had
to
to
the
lose
short,
it first.
Yes, I lost it, and unfortunately it was a club game, a very important club game, and the whole of my team just looked at me in disgust.
Right.
And they were like, it was elementary. And I felt so ashamed of myself
Right.
that I picked up John Spielman's rook and pawn endings, and I mastered the technique there.
Bravo. Bravo. But usually it does take some harsh lesson to inspire us to pick up a book. 17 seconds?
Yeah,
Am I
15
reading that
seconds
right?
ticking down.
It's very tricky for me to read those
Yeah.
digital clocks.
Well, Anna has all the time in the world, and Alice just shuffling the rook along the G line. I'm expecting
So for
Anna
me,
to give a check. Okay,
She's
she
played
just slides the king over to
King
h7.
So our ideas, push the pawn, put the king in front, and then to drop back.
Mhm.
Check, check.
And make that bridge for the king to hide. And Alice, 17 seconds on the clock.
Now see, when you are learning the game, who taught you this Lucena position, and was it described to you as building a bridge? Because we've been using that vernacular of building
Yes,
a
actually,
bridge.
I was lucky enough to have one of my coaches was David Gurgenidze, who created a lot of studies.
Yes.
And he also knew a lot of endgames, so he taught me all the technical endgames.
Right.
And I was only 6 years old.
6 years old. Oh my gosh.
I loved memorizing things at that age, so
Yeah.
I loved endgames, the technical
Wow.
endgames. Yeah.
So there's the science, and there's a clock time that keeps
Yes,
ticking
Alice
down.
is in 6 seconds, and she made that last move with 4 seconds to spare. But to be honest, the clock really is
not the fact.
irrelevant
Yeah,
here.
we're going to see this whole ending. So as a 6-year-old, you memorized. There's something very charming, but also frightening about that. I mean, 6 years old. Wow. at 6, I don't think I could remember anything. Memorizing something. I mean, okay. I think I had my math tables.
I think I had
was
worked
trying
out opposite side castling at 6. Like I had worked out that if your opponent went one way, you could go the other way and push those pawns forward. My dad thought he had a genius on his hands.
Right.
Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Whoa.
whoa.
Alice playing
With
rook
3
g2
seconds.
with 3 seconds.
Oh.
And now here comes the bridge.
Those felted chess pieces can slide smoothly, as Alice just discovered. Check, and anticipating rook to a4, so we can check the king away, allowing our king to escape. Oftentimes, beginning players are frustrated by this position because they want to promote their pawn, and they get into a position where their king keeps getting checked all around the board, and it's like they never get a chance to promote their pawn.
Mhm.
So they end up not knowing how to win this position. And we're about to be shown by Anna. She's just played the move rook to a1. So what she wants to do is drive the king away so that her king has the opportunity of going to f7. So here comes, we do have rook g4 on the board. We're expecting...
Well, Anna is not even going for the building of the bridge. She's simply taking possession of the h-line. She's going to hide her king there and
queen the pawn.
Queen the pawn. King to e7.
That's peculiar for me.
Well, Alice had to keep her rook on the h-file, and then you build the bridge.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
So rook, king to e7. So it's king to h8 on the board. So here the problem is if we go king to f7, now we go rook check, and on our very next move, wherever you move your king, I get to promote the pawn.
She can also play rook h7 here. That's also in.
I wouldn't want to play with fire, but yeah, rook check. And we're about to see resignation, and our very big congratulations to Anna for outstanding tournament. Really, anytime you go undefeated, give yourself a pat on the shoulder. You're playing against the best players in the world. That's a funny finish. Check, check.
And this is it. Alice resigns, and a strong finish from Anna Muzychuk, who ends up in clear second, $40,000 richer, and
well done.
Having a fantastic tournament.
Really, our congratulations, Anna. It didn't appear this way for quite some time, that Alice was going down. This rook ending, this rook and knight ending, I really didn't think Alice was in any trouble until it started after knight takes c6 and c5. And let's take a look at who got what and how much.
That's what we all want to know. Zhongyi, the winner of the Cairns Cup 2024, wins $50,000. Anna Muzychuk in clear second after that strong finish is in second place with $40,000, and then it is a four-way tie between Alexandra, Harika, Nana and Mariya. They're all earning $19,000. It's a good chunk of cash there. Alice Lee with $9,500 and Begim.
Difference really was 21,000. So I was off by just 1,000.
Yeah.
You're my top agent.
And here you can see our picks, and Nazi and Begim choosing the right horse to bet on.
Wow, I was so close.
I wasn't that far off. Anna making...
As Begim, a wonderful event. The Cairns Cup 4th edition will be very, very well remembered. Your final thoughts?
Oh my God, I didn't expect this tournament to be that exciting. Honestly, even though Zhongyi led the whole tournament from first round to last round, we had so many fighting chess, very eventful days. So I was so happy to see one of the best chess players in the world here in St. Louis and, talk to them, exchange some ideas and find out more about chess and their experience in the chess world. So it has been an amazing tournament for me to interview the players, to see the games as a spectator. And also when it comes to the podium, it's just like wonderful to see Anna Muzychuk doing her best again after Norway Chess. It's her second tournament in a row and getting the second place. Zhongyi performing such a powerful chess. So it's just like it's amazing to see how women are thriving in the chess world.
Thank you, Begim. Indeed, it's so lovely to see Zhongyi showing her class and Anna Muzychuk stringing together those two victories.
The summer of chess continues.
It will continue
Grand Chess
because
Tour.
the Grand Chess Tour returns with the Super Pet Chess Classic on June the 26th until the July 5th. And of course, we are going to be covering all
Wait a minute,
the action.
did I read that right? 7:20 a.m.? Are you guys trying to kill me? I mean, wow, the Super Bet Chess Classic, and I know the field is incredibly strong, but before we leave, I mean, come on, the winner, the champion. We've got to see that graphic.
We've got to see it once more. Zhongyi with the performance of a champion. And indeed, she is the 2024 Cairns Cup champion, winner with $50,000 in her pocket. Massive congratulations for an outstanding tournament. And I'd like to give a big thank you to Yasser and Nazi for making every single day enjoyable. I'd also like to give thanks to the St. Louis Chess Club and, of course, Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield for making this all possible. And finally, thank you to everyone who's been watching the show. You've made it extra enjoyable every move of the way. Thank you very much and see you, I guess.
Final goodbyes to the World Chess Hall of Fame. Thank you for hosting, and we will see you for the Grand Chess Tour in Bucharest. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you and good night.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.